Okay, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, it seems like we're live. Hey Joe, welcome to the stream. We're just getting started. Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel. This is Stormer from Stormer Media Plays. I apologize if you can hear my laundry in the background. Saturday is my laundry / cleanup day, so I'm taking care of that. I may have to pause and change over the laundry. I do apologize about that, but it's got to get done today. We are getting ready to start out with Starfield. I was actually on one of my other characters and the game crashed, so I was like, well, we'll just go ahead and get the game ready for loading. So hopefully it's nice to us today. So loud and clear, perfect. Alright, we're level 32. And we just got our hands on the Star Shard, which is my new toy. Alright.
Hey there, friend.
We are back in the game.
Newell's Goods has a full line of equipment and accessories for all your ag. So come on.
Oh yeah. Got a nice little stack of ammo too, so we should be good for a little while. Alright, let me check my skills real quick and see where we're at. So we got the first rank of rapidly reload. I gotta get down to rank 3 before I can get particle beams reloading faster, to avoid getting interrupted while reloading. Yes, that's really nice actually, because unfortunately enemies will sometimes interrupt you from reloading. I've just got the first rank of particle beams, so we'll be working our way towards that today. We've already maxed out pistol certification. I want to work my way down to armor penetration. Actually, I can already get this. Okay, that's nice. Marksman increases critical chance percent. I wonder if a reflex sight counts as a scope or not. Targeting, increase accuracy and range when shooting without aiming. Marks up to one enemy within 25 meters that damages you. Sharpshooting, increase headshot critical damage by 50% with ranged weapons. Oh yeah. So that stacked with the pistol one, that's a 50% critical chance whenever I kill somebody with a headshot. Oh my goodness, or with a ranged critical hit. Range critical hit kills increase. So if I kill somebody with a pistol, I've got 25% bonus chance. And then I kill another enemy with the pistol and get a critical chance. That puts me at 50% for... Oh, that's only 5 seconds though. So, I mean, I won't be getting very much in the way of... Okay. I barely touched the physical tree at all. Barely touched the science tree at all either. And I need to get one more point in here to get weapon engineering. Which is something I definitely need to be looking into getting. Yeah, we've got particle weapon systems, which I can already upgrade. We've got shield systems as high as I want to take it. Don't really need these yet, but I can get Class B whenever I want to. Almost able to get down to the bottom of the tray already. Alright. Alright, so today we're going to be continuing our work on Andraja's friendship. Well, I say friendship, but... Alright, so we've got some side missions here. It's already done. I haven't actually picked up any side missions, so there's all of this stuff, though. Go to Elilios. What's this? Oh. I can't jump straight there. Oh, actually I can.
It's a strange feeling, knowing you're living through some real history.
The Ilios retreat, you say?
Let's get that. Is that here a joke?
Sure. Sweet good. Don't mind how it's response.
Okay. can jump higher than a skyscraper in New Atlantis.
I don't know.
Everybody! Skyscrapers can't jump!
Okay. Good one, Cora. Hey, next time you see Barrett, try it out on him.
That's cruel. That's cruel and unusual, Sam.
Captain Mia, do you require my assistance?
Oh, Joe, did you see the post I sent you about the teleportation?
No wonder no one will work for you. My man is missing, and you're all just here, what? Waiting for him to wander back through the gate?
Mr. Halftown, we are trying, but we don't have the manpower.
And now half my crew thinks your little band of convicts is just waiting to drag us off and scrap us for organs.
Mr. Halftown, our security officer has been put into the infirmary trying to find your worker. We're doing everything we can. All I ask is that you and your crew be patient. You have nothing to fear from us convicts. We are handling it.
Then get it done. Or else we are going to have problems.
You have my word. I'm sorry, love, but the Elios retreat isn't taking new residents right now. We've had some issues. A missing person chief among them. But you're welcome to rest up and refuel here as long as you'd like. So long as there's no bounty hunter after you that's going to kick my brand new door off its hinges.
Just how irresponsible do you have to be to flush $30 million worth of power down the drain just so you can teleport around a few feet? You guys get a lot of bounty hunters causing property damage around here?
Not yet, but it's certainly a risk, given the retreat's intended line of business. But I'm not about to send anyone packing who might just need a place to collect themselves.
What's the Elios retreat?
Well, at the moment, it's primarily a collection of shipping containers and unused construction materials. But the plan is to make this place into a growth and education residence for the galaxy's incarcerated. We'll offer job training and a support network for folks that otherwise just while away their days in prison just because they didn't have the credits to pay their own bounties. Get them all the tools they need to set up regular, boring lives like the rest of us.
It's a pretty noble goal.
Well, thank you. Always striving to make my presence in the universe a net positive. But still got a lot of ground to cover. But I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to listen to me blabber. You're probably exhausted. Monica should have any supplies you might need. She's just out front of the main building. And our ship services tech is out near the landing pad if your vessel needs some tending to. And if you need anything else, or just want to talk, you come find me.
This missing person, I wanted to offer to help find them.
That the truth? Because I can't say it's going to be easy work. But if you found the construction crew's missing man, we'd all owe you.
Don't worry, I'll bring you back here, man.
You don't know how happy I am to hear it. First things first, you want to speak to Greg D'Angelo, our security officer. He was wounded searching for our worker, Mr. Killman's trail. He should be able to get you pointed toward Killman's last known location.
D'Angelo, huh? D'Angelo, you say?
An interesting choice of location. Relaxing, I suppose.
And they're starting to put together a school.
I am skeptical of whether this retreat will achieve its goals, but I applaud their efforts.
Good gracious. Kind of interesting to see this place is under construction. Wonder if in future installments in this series, if they do more installments, that this place is fully up and operational. Okay, buddy, where's Nico and Bianca? Tell me! What did you do to them? You stole their last name.
Who are you? Can't the guy heal in peace?
This will only take a second. I just need to know where I can pick up Kilman's trail.
Sloan found someone else, huh? Well, hopefully, you'll have better luck than I did. I managed to turn up some tracks outside the facility. Bit of a hike, though. Not sure if they were Kilman's, but Ixal's not exactly a bustling metropolis. There was a cave system I scanned nearby, but I got attacked before I could look any further. Next place I was planning to visit once I was on my feet again. I'd start there.
Let's go find Kilman. I wonder, is my paramour still active? Nope, it wore off. I don't have... This is my last dose. May as well. Your joke would just go right over someone's head. Probably. They're not familiar with Percy Jackson.
What does your scanner reveal?
Can't believe we're just a few, I think we're just like a week or two away from the Percy Jackson series coming out. Actually, I think it's December 20th, so it'll be 18 days. Indigo Disc, I think, comes out on the 14th. Alright. Okay, game is auto-saved, so don't have to worry about losing all that progress. Boosh.
Is something amiss? Another way through here. Unsure where it leads.
Kill 20 enemies with particle beam weapons. 5. My dude.
Oh God, please, please don't put me back in the bag. I'll do whatever you say, just please, not the bag.
Whoa, I'm a friend. We're here to take you to safety.
Do not fear. Your trial is at an end.
You are? Oh, thank God. Come on. Let's get the hell out of here. You do know the way back, right?
Alright, back to the retreat again. The game doesn't crash on my way out. I think that's another exit. That's not the way we came in.
It seems local fauna has been nesting here.
Yep, that was the way out. We came out on the wrong side of the mountain, didn't we? Yep, we came out on the wrong side of the mountain. We have to go back and go through the other way. This is the... That basically works as like a passage through the mountain.
Your abilities are truly amazing.
This is the right exit.
Caves like this can be an excellent way to conceal the presence of an illegal operation. I should know.
That structure up there.
Hillman! Hillman's back! Mother of God, kid. What happened?
I was walking out, and someone threw a bag over my head. They took me... I don't know. It smelled like the inside of the first aid kit. I had to sleep on a steel floor and...
Which one of you crooks bagged him, huh?
Us? Why the hell would we do that? Waste of a perfectly good bag.
You're rambling, kid. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up. You smell like used welder's gear.
Mr. Halftown, I have some medical training. I'd be happy to.
You stay away from him. I want whoever kidnapped my man found and dealt with, understand? I don't care if it's one of your people or mine or a fucking ghost. Find them.
Of course. We'll do what we can. But...
I'm not interested in excuses. I need to know who did this. Just find my man's kidnapper now.
I guess it might have been a bit naive for me to hope for a happy reconciliation, but you brought him back safe. That's what's important. Here, you have my sincerest thanks. But now, we've got a whole new thread to pull on. What are the chances I'd be able to convince you to help us find our kidnapper?
I could be persuaded. They're good, I'll help you find them.
Thank the heavens. So, we just need to figure out where we're sending you. Now, Mr. Kilman didn't seem to have a lot of information, but I caught at least 1 or 2 bits I think could help us find our kidnapper.
He mentioned a smell, something about a first aid kit.
He did, didn't he? Industrial antiseptic would be my guess. I know that smell. There was a building we were evaluating as a possible site for the retreat not far from here. An old research outpost. Seems like a decent match for the description of our kidnapper's hideaway. Here, the facility's coordinates. Head out there and see what you can find.
Really? My character was gonna call 4,300 credits a pittance? It's a pretty good little stash of cash.
can't believe you found it.
Like, that much money will buy you a week at a luxury resort. Like, because it's 3,000 credits for a week at a luxury resort. Like, you can, like, almost go on a luxury vacation for an entire week with that much money. Like, yeah, you'll still need to buy food, but, like, do 2 quests and you will have enough for the entire vacation. Oh, that's that building that I saw earlier and pointed out.
Best not leave anything useful behind.
Ready yourself, Indraja. We're about ready to be surrounded, I suspect. You know, for a second this week, I actually thought I was going to have to cancel my stream because I was like, oh no, Joe's going to be streaming on Saturday. I was like, oh no, Joe's off on Wednesday, so he won't be streaming on Saturday. There is a key card somewhere in here.
Catastrophic damage.
actually can pick that.
Where have they gone?
Okay, so this is the first advanced lock I've showed off on here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the bottom. So everything has... Okay, this one's not going to be usable. It has to be the 3... I'm pretty sure it has to be all the 3 ones because... Yeah, it has to... So that 4 one is useless, so don't use that. Okay. So the next thing is to acquire is exactly where these can be used. I'm thinking... Okay, that one can be used there. Or there, so that doesn't actually help us yet. So this one's also useless. Because these 3... That can go there. That's the entire... Okay, so let's see if I can get the bottom one figured out. That's one side on the bottom. Yeah, that's it. That's the solution. Ooh, an epic rifle. Let's see, modified, refined AA-99. Extended magazine, doubles the base magazine capacity. Poison, randomly deals poison damage and slows the target. I mean, I have a lot of ammo for it. Do I have the room for it? I do. We'll take it just in case. Alright. So somewhere around here there should be a card key that helps us get into the next area. Here's a place to sleep, but I have to get my HP back if I need to. Space Rogue outfit. Check this area more. I may have walked past where I was supposed to go. Nope, that goes back in here. Permanently adds 5% melee critical damage. I think I've already gotten that. Oh yeah, did I talk about how they added the consume button to... Shame that food isn't all that great. Food got the Skyrim nerf. One there was a key card in here. Or in one of the offices. That goes back outside.
Take much more. Curse you.
All systems.
Did they have anything of value?
Tell you what though, I do wish I had do wish I had the regeneration ability. That's really nice. Just passively getting health back as you go. Corrupted slate, huh? My current objective. Return the slate to the retreat. Okay. Well, I didn't mean to do that, but okay. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the top row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the bottom. That means we need a 4 and a 3 on the top row and a 3 and a 2 on the bottom. Which means this 2, 1 must be for the bottom row. Which means that's probably where one of these two slots down here. So let's just leave this here for the moment. Okay, so the question is to figure out which one of the 4s works. I think it's safe to say that this one does not. No. So it's got to be this one. And for a 3... Nope. Okay, so it's most likely this one. The question is, which ones go on the bottom? It's not that one. I think it's this one combined with the 2. Sorry, I'm a little slow at the minigame. I apologize. I'm still trying to get the hang of it. I'm gonna save that chest for when the next time I get a rank in security. I'll come back for it because they don't reset. I just hope I remember it if I ever get around to doing that. Trying to figure out how to get out of here. I was at the back door just a minute ago, but I can't remember how to get there. Oh, we'll just follow the marker out of here. Ooh. That's right, I get all kinds of notifications while I'm streaming, but when I'm not streaming, it's like there's next to never any notifications, but every notification comes in right as I'm streaming. Oh, I updated an ounce of privacy, so most of my works in progress have been updated for December. The only ones left are Cardcaptor Sakura and Harry Potter crossover and the Miracle in Another World, which I don't know if I'm going to do those two this month or not. So, but both of my redo fics and my secret dating fic have been updated. So. Oh, that doesn't look good. Was that there the first time we came through? Guns out, maybe? No, okay, looks fine.
You seem to have weathered that trek well enough. Were you able to find anything at the facility?
No sign of our kidnapper, but I found this.
Not a lot to go on. Monica, anything you can do with this?
I can take a look. Oh, it's encoded. Made to look scrambled. And done badly. Looks like... there. Seems there were two of them. Oh my god. It's all here. The accidents, the kidnapping, Greg's attack. These two, they did it all.
Any mention of who they are? They're not with the construction crew, are they?
No names. But there are a pair of ID numbers. They're with the Trackers Alliance.
The Alliance sent two bounty hunters? Here? What? Our bounties are all paid.
I'm not seeing an Alliance contract or documentation. I think this is off the books.
Trackers? Consider yourselves lucky to still be alive.
It appears we have been fortunate. But it does beg the question. So, a couple of trackers have decided to haunt us on their own free time. Why?
Doesn't say.
So, maybe they got him dead against someone here. Hard to see who else they'd bother. What's the Trackers Alliance? How the heck did they decide? How the heck did you code that slate, Monica?
It's really not that impressive. Used to sell these on the semi-regular in my old life. A cheating spouse wants to document all their flings without fear of their partner finding out? Just use one of these bad boys. It's computer hacker 101 stuff. And it sure doesn't explain why they've decided to harass us.
Let's see, who cares why we've got kidnappers? Now we need to make sure they don't do it again.
True, but knowing their motivations may make the process simpler.
Their motivation is money, Sloan. We pay them, and they'll leave us alone.
And make ourselves a target for every other hunter in the universe. We need to take a stand.
Says the one guy physically incapable of taking one.
We're not doing anything until we actually find them. Any mention in there of where our trackers might be now?
Sounds like they're on a supply run, outside the system.
Then we got a little time. Given their background, and ours, I expect you're the only person here they might actually listen to. Would you be willing to act as an emissary on our behalf?
Sure, I can do that. As long as you don't expect me to kill them, yes, I'll do it.
I'm certain we can find a way to solve this without resorting to violence.
Let's just pay them and be done with it. I mean, we clearly need more manpower anyway. I'll hire them on as contractors.
To hell with that. We know where they live. Let's have our friend here get the drop on them and send them to the great beyond.
The last thing we need is the galaxy thinking that's how we solve our problems around here, Mr. D'Angelo. I would request you try to avoid any violence. But if you're looking for suggestions on how to proceed, well, it seems we've got opinions to spare.
Alright, may as well talk to everybody.
These trackers have already shown they're willing to hurt people. Don't get yourself killed on our account. Had to deal with my fair share of their kind over the years. You don't get into that job to make it rich. You get into it to be your own boss and prove how tough you are. So, my advice? Let them know that pushing around a bunch of counselors just makes them look like bullies, not tough. Be careful with those goons.
I think there's a clear way to solve this problem. But the ultimate way forward, I suppose, falls to you.
Any suggestions on how to deal with these trackers?
I think you should offer them money. And I'm willing to help. Here, all I have liquid at the moment. Hopefully it'll be enough.
So he wants me to bribe them.
Please.
Of course, he wants me to kill him.
Looking for my suggestion? I don't think they're gonna respect anything other than force. But I think Sloane's not gonna be happy if you handle it that way.
You would be correct, Mr. D'Angelo. I would hate for anyone else to... Love, I can only guess at what these two might be after. But it's clear they perceive something about us as a threat. They're afraid. And all you can do with fear is try and understand it. So, just listen to them, okay? Hear what they have to say. And see if you can make whatever it is they're worried about a little less scary. Good luck out there.
I mean, the other thing we can do is the old-fashioned shootaroo. But I'd prefer not to annoy Sloane, especially since she's the one who's requesting me to do the job and will be paying me for said job. I hope I remember to pick up some persuasion boosting. Wait, hold on. Is Paramore still active? No, Paramore wore off. Oh, I have sparkling wine. Okay. I'll be like, what happened to our people, or to our robot? Why are they all dead? She's gonna have me sit on their couch and wait for them.
What the? Who's that?
You. Who are you and what the hell are you doing here?
I am
And just
the
who
Mantis.
the holy hell are you?
I'm here on behalf of the Ellis Retreat. I want to talk.
See? I told you Kilman was gonna lead them to us. Should have slit his throat when we had the chance.
Quiet. Listen, unless you're here to tell us those convicts have decided to close up shop, then we've got nothing to discuss.
Please, we can solve this without anyone getting hurt.
It is a reasonable request. You would do well to consider it.
The alternative is I
That's
splatter
so.
this place with your blood. See, you must think you're real tough picking on a bunch of unarmed office workers and counselors.
What? That's not what this is. We're tough.
The retreat just wants to be left alone.
Listen, it's not like this is personal.
It sure seems like it's personal. This was never going to work. You're just delaying the inevitable. Ah! Dang it! Come on, I have huge persuasion bonuses. How does that happen? That's super annoying. Okay, we'll drop a save at the actual locations next time. Nat 1 is still a Nat 1. That's true, but Nat 1s aren't supposed to work on persuasion checks.
What the? Who's that?
You. Who are you and what the hell are you doing here? And just who the holy hell are you?
I'm here on behalf of the Ellis Retreat. I want to talk.
See? I told you Kilman was gonna lead them to us. Should have slit his throat when we had the chance.
Quiet. Listen, unless you're here to tell us those convicts have decided to close up shop, then we've got nothing to discuss.
Why do you care? Are you really afraid of a couple of ex-cons?
I couldn't care less about the cons. They can huff fish innards until they rot for all we care. But this retreat, if they actually succeed, keep criminals out of the bounty system, well, the galaxy probably doesn't need so many trackers at that point, does it? And then maybe the big boys like the UC and the Collective set up programs of their own, just like Helios. Put us all out of a job. Now, better to nip it in the bud now before it becomes a threat. Which is why I'm not interested in discussing anything except the date and time they're shutting their doors.
It is a reasonable request. You would do well to consider it.
That's so.
Let's see, let's start with, even if the treat succeeds, there'll always be work for savvy, capable people like you two.
I guess that's a good point.
You must think you're real tough picking on a bunch of...
That's not what this is.
See, that
Too
was
tough.
much easier.
Fine. We'll leave the retreat alone. Can't make any promises about us being the last, though. Just get out, all right?
Well, lady and gentleman, I can't say it was fun, but this clown show is over. Oh, I said I was going to come back for that later. You know, one of these days I'm going to be like, oh, I can't find one more safe to level up my security. And I'm going to be watching this specific part of Starfield. I'll be like, oh, well, there's a safe I can go back and grab. It'll be like probably a year or so from now when they put out Shattered Space. Well, actually, I don't know when Shattered Space is going to come out. I was looking at the DLC dates for Fallout 4. So Fallout 4 released in November of 2015. It was April of 2016 when the first DLC for Fallout 4 came out. So, I don't know. I'd have to look at Starfield's DLC dates, not Starfield, Skyrim's DLC dates too, to be sure, but I think we can expect maybe Shattered Space sometime in early April, late May, unless they delay it, so that way they can do more fixing on it. There's a lot of quality of life changes I would like to see come in Shattered Space. Like making the game more stable, for one thing. Because honestly, most of my issues with Starfield boil down to the game crashes every 20 minutes. Which really ruins my fun.
There you are. You were gone for quite a while, love. Are you all right? Were you able to find our trackers?
Sure did, and I convinced them to leave you all alone.
That's the best news I've had in quite a while. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, love. This place, all of us, we are in your debt. There is just one last piece of business, though. Nevin asked to speak to you, in private. He's waiting for you up in the office.
Oh, I'm concerned about that. Ooh, the meditation room. I actually kind of like this. This is nice. Andreja, come on. Andreja, do you need to have a...
Hello.
Nope, you're not ready for a talk. I was like, do you want to have a talk in the meditation room, Andreja?
Hard to believe it's all over. Thank you again.
Ooh, I got a bad feeling about this. His door was closed.
Ah, there you are. So, first things first, I need to say, well, thank you.
I can return your credits if you want. Glad to be of service. Let's jump to explaining what you want part.
And we are exceedingly grateful for it. It's just the situation you set right with the trackers. It's one we don't want to find ourselves in again. Luckily, we have someone, our founding donor in fact, who has offered to reach out to the Alliance, ensure their good behavior going forward. Before she does, however, she's asked for the details of what exactly occurred. I've already shared my own insights, but, well, she wants to talk to you too. Is that something you might be amenable to?
Ah, sure, that's fine. If that's all you need, sure, I can talk to her.
Ah, she'll be pleased to hear it. Head to Aquila City in the Cheyenne system. Check in with Justin Sneed, her security chief. And I would ask you to try and be polite. She's the only reason we're here.
Right. Well, 3 to 4 hours. Well, okay, so you've only seen the game crashing on this playthrough. For whatever reason, this playthrough actually behaves itself. My main character, which is 200 hours in, crashes every 20 minutes or so, which doesn't make sense, but it does. For whatever reason, this playthrough is on its best behavior, and I don't understand why. Game's like, oh god, he's streaming. Let me actually pretend to be a decent game that doesn't freak out at the mention of a loading screen.
This city is so large, yet retains a sort of rustic feel. I find it comforting.
Do I need to take another sparkling wine? Yeah, probably a good idea. We get slightly drunk.
Come back some other time.
I was told to check in with you. I'm Mia. I'm the one who helped out Yellow's retreat.
You're them, huh? I've got 2 rules for this little meeting. Rule number 1, you're not to share anything you discuss up there. This is a private matter, and we're going to keep it that way. Rule 2, you decide to get playful with that weapon, we're going to have serious problems. Think you can abide by those?
I can handle that.
Good. Miss Lance is waiting upstairs. You can go on up.
Miss Lance, huh?
And that must make you our guest. Please, take a seat.
Risha Lance.
You don't have anything to fear from me. Why don't you make yourself comfortable before we get started?
Gosh.
Now,
why did I
you
feel like
may
I'm about to
already
get
know who I am.
executed?
Risha Lance, CEO Laredo Firearms. And you, I know all about. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for the retreat. Truly, it's a project that's near and dear to my heart.
You're quite welcome.
Now, I presume Nevin already got you up to speed. I need details before I talk to the heads of the Trackers Alliance. Make sure their members understand the retreat's off limits. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just jump right into it. Lily here will be taking notes as we go. Now, Nevin said all the various incidents afflicting the retreat, they all stemmed from this pair of rogue bounty hunters. Do I have that right?
We found evidence to that effect, yes, all.
Good. Lily, make sure we get a copy of all that, will you?
Yes, Miss Lance.
But Nevin did say you managed to get those 2 to leave the retreat alone. You mind my asking how you accomplished that?
I just talked with them, got them to see reason.
2 trackers and you just talked them down? That's quite the feat. I'm interested in the details, though. How exactly did it all play out?
Diplomat, I just presented them with the truth that they could coexist with the retreat.
I suspect there was more to it, but I suppose that'll be enough for the report. So, only other thing I wanted to ask, and I'm just looking for an opinion here, is there anything in your eyes that could have been done to prevent this happening?
Retreat's woefully underprotected. You need more security. Leadership needs guidance. Salone and Niven really dropped the ball here. I think you're on the right course now. Having a bunch of criminals running around a place like that is only going to end in tragedy. That's an excellent question. I mean, Salone and Nevin could use some guidance, but you can't really blame them for 2 rogue trackers showing up, and then... Can you blame them, though? Like, they had no way of knowing, because all their bounties were paid off. There was no reason for these trackers to come after them. Like, can you really blame the leadership for this? What do you think, Joe?
Take your time.
Security could use a boost. Okay, thank you, Joe.
After everything I've heard from you and Nevin, I'm inclined to agree. It'll take time to get the right people in place for this kind of work, but I'll make sure it's addressed. But that should give me enough to present to the Alliance. Thank you for making the time. Now, what you did, well, it deserves something more than just a couple of firm thank yous. Here, I want you to have these. They're a rare make, but I think you've earned it. Now, was there anything
Acrobat's
else you wanted
Advanced
to talk
Peacemaker
about before we
spacesuit.
went our separate ways?
Let's see. I think you're going to do real good with the retreat.
That's kind of you. But without your help, it might have stayed just a goal. You have my sincere thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, as you've seen, there's plenty to be done.
I'll take a look at it. I don't really want to change from the Mantis suit, because I like the Mantis suit, but we'll take a look and see what I just got. So... Don't think she gave me a new weapon. Unless the Peacemaker is what she just gave me. I can't remember if I had this before or not. I mean, the quest we just completed was called Peacemaker. The main thing is we got a acrobatic spacesuit. Oh, that's just a straight up boost. No, I mean, it's less thermal and less airborne. Up on radiation, the mass is down, and all 3 of the It's by, like, I mean, the energy is a huge boost. 29 to energy, and only up by 5 on physical. Man, I really like the way the Mantis suit looks, though. Okay, also, rifles do 10% more damage. Acrobat minus 50% fall damage. Plus 100% energy resistance and physical resistance to lower your health. Okay, that's good. Let me look at this. Advanced Peacemaker Balanced Pack. Sturdy. Minus 15% incoming melee damage. Plus 20% carrying capacity. Armor plated. Minus 10% incoming physical energy. And that's just a minus 10% damage overall. So... Oh, these have the exact same abilities. Oh wait, no, hold on. That's the one that she gave me. Never mind. This is the one that I'm keeping, yeah. My advanced anti-Xeno. I mean, the resistances are better, but I lose a lot of legendary effects. The helmet is better, but I would lose the legendary effects. So the only question is mirrored resource hauler technician, minus 50% damage from robots. I mean, that is pretty good. I think I'm going to stick with the Mantis suit. I really do like the Mantis spacesuit. Check in with the staff at Ilias Retreat. Maybe they have more work for me to do.
What you and Miss Lance discussed stays
Pipeline Terminus. That's interesting sounding. There are some exceptions to that rule, though, about the liquid water.
I'm not sure rehabilitation can be a valid alternative to incarceration. But I would be happy to be proven wrong.
Boingy, boingy, boingy. That'd be really cool if they added something like a transmog or outfit system that lets you take the clothing that you want and like apply it to your spacesuits. That would be really cool, or like at least let us dye the color of our spacesuits. Because like I said, I would love to continue using the Mantis's design, but I understand that the Mantis's suit is gonna fall behind eventually. Oh hey Sloan, you got a nice room here.
Just happening through our neck of the woods, stranger? Nevin told me about your summons. Our, donor wasn't too hard on you, I hope.
She's a surprisingly friendly person considering her line of work.
She can be a hammer when the situation requires, but this project holds a pretty special place in her heart, so I'm sure she was feeling grateful. Well, thanks to your little chat, our donor's doing everything she can to upend the various roadblocks in our way. We're in the process of vetting more security, looking at some additional and more agreeable contractors. Whatever gets this place closer to becoming a reality. Opening's still a ways off, but we'd be going nowhere if you hadn't wandered in.
Just happy I could help.
That makes two of us. Thank you again, love. For you, our doors will always be open.
Is that it? Okay. Guess they don't have any additional work for me.
Couple of damn trackers with a vendetta.
Do you have a favorite restaurant here? Mine is currently Whetstone, but it changes.
Alright, just gonna go in here and drop off some extra stuff that I don't want, but I don't want to sell either.
Sometimes amuses me to think about what goes on here, right under the United Colonies' collective nose.
I gotta admit, I like coming home to the lodge.
Hey, let me know when you're ready to take me along with you.
Yeah, you've got a while, Curly, until you're ready. Let's see. Alright, that's one of my major weapons. Honestly, I'm not gonna get much use out of that, or that, or that, or that. I'm gonna keep that. Put that away, put that away. Keep that, keep that. Don't have a lot of ammo for that, so probably put that away. I got Peacekeeper and Peacemaker. Interesting. Yeah, that's a very old weapon. Refined Solstice compared to... yeah, put that away. I need to remember to put this on when I'm going into big fights. I should probably sell some of this excess ammo that I'm never going to use. Oh, I really shouldn't be putting the survey data in there. While I'm thinking about it, I should probably go and see if, I should probably go see if Vladimir has any, new powers for me to collect. Yeah, that last 700 meters goes by real fast. So next thing you know, you're crashing and exploding into something if you're not careful. It's gonna be so disorienting because if you look at how we parked, so, you know, when you're standing in the ship, it looks like you are oriented the right way. This is not. So when you go through the trap door and you come out like, oh my god, it's gotta be so disorienting going from a ship like that to the to a place like this. I can barely imagine it. Yo, Vladimir! There you are.
Never regretted coming out of retirement. Constellation's got the writ of the righteous. Keeps me young. Gave up my room in the lodge so Andreja had a place to call
hey,
her own.
Andreja's ready. I was hoping you could put me to another artifact temple.
Nothing yet. Still,
okay.
What did you need?
Still need to lift another
see,
set today.
I'm trying to remember how to
shoulder stiff. Jaw
sell
the words
him
another time then.
Survey data.
I have been curious. I know that your role in Constellation was thrust upon you in an unusual way. But that experience does not demand that you stay. You could have delivered the artifact and then left. Why do you stay?
Artifacts mean something. It's important we find out what. It's a good group of people and they need my help. I love a good mystery. There isn't much else going on. It's a group of good people and they need my help.
they are dedicated in their cause. This is rare and admirable, I think. My past is complicated. And anyone in Constellation will tell you I do not speak much of it. But my family always stressed the importance of having a purpose in life. You must have a reason for being.
You got to have a reason to get out of bed in the morning. I think having goals is important.
A goal is something you work towards, an expectation of achievement. That is not the same. I believe it is sometimes phrased as, the destination is not as important as the journey. When I first came to New Atlantis, I was shocked at how many people go about their business every day like drones. They do their jobs, eat their food, sleep in their beds, all seemingly without concern for anything around them. Complacent. Their experience is so different from much of the settled systems. They do not know how good they have it.
Experiences must have been very different then. There's no way to know if someone else is going through. I think people need to struggle to live. Your experiences must have been very different
Yes,
then.
they were. Did not grow up in the midst of luxury. Purpose cut through adversity. I know that all too well. And that these also have no idea.
You obviously been through a lot. I'm sorry life has been hard for you. Feeling sorry. You obviously been through a lot.
I have. There have been times where I wonder whether it was worth it. My family is unique within the settled systems. I grew up outside the bounds of the United Colonies, or the Freestar Collective. My parents, and their parents before them, did not believe anyone outside our family could be trusted or relied upon. You can imagine, I am sure, how existence without ties to others is challenging in ways.
Okay, getting by your own is admirable. It's not a life I'd choose for myself. That sounds like a terrible way to live.
It has certainly proven valuable. Saved me. A few times, without question. For now, though, it would seem you and I have found purpose in Constellation. I believe that is enough. I am pleased that we have common cause, and have enjoyed our time together. Thank you.
Okay. That's the second conversation down, so I think she's got at least 2 or 3 more to go before we get the quest. Let me try to go through his dialogue tree so I can figure out where this is.
Sorry.
Power's pretty neat, right?
Stretches the mind to the far ends. Not sure neat is the word. Hard stopping might be closer to the mark.
I'll just make it light of the situation.
Won't put the fault to you there. When you're outside all-known understanding of how things work, best to keep smiling. Anyway, we'll be with you as we all figure what this means. Artifacts sure keep being a showboat of surprises.
Let's see, how'd you get mixed up with... Oh, your artifact search must be a full-time job.
That's why I missed your little welcome party. Got caught up plotting all the data the Eye can give us. Wouldn't mind the helper's hand, though. Could speed the process along. Up-to-date planetary scans would help filter all the data I have to sift through. Maybe help to find the anomalous bits. And Constellation can slide a credit or 2 your way. All part of the mission of charting the stars, right?
Survey data, I can get that for you.
Then we're hand in hand in agreement. Now, get out there and burn some helium.
Let's see.
Race the thoughts with you. Spend so much time looking.
I got some survey
Let's
data for
deal.
you. Let's see. Yeah, look at this. 1,293 each.
Back to the rate shifts and gravity's pull.
Okay. Alright, so let's go do some, well, I mean, we could go do some Radiant Quest. I do have all this stuff. Some of this has got to be doable. Documenting, complete a research project, visit Vladimir's house. Just call it the carrot bonus system. Yeah, that's gonna go over well. Speak with Dirk, use hand scanner, speak with Trevor. What is this one? Sidonia. Oh no, I know this one. Hey, there's a... No, it's on Titan, not Europa. Or maybe it is Europa. I was pretty sure it's on Titan. That usually means there's a settlement, but I don't see anything on here. That's Jupiter. Where's Titan at? That's Sidonia, that's Mars. That's Titania. Oberon. Umbriel. Isn't Jupiter got a moon called Titan? Or am I misremembering? That's Triton, but that's not the same one. Okay, so this is Europa. It says that's where the settlement is, but there's no settlement there. Callisto, Io. Where? Hold on. Where is new? Likely because the planet locate Saturn and then search for its moon Titan. Okay, well that's not Saturn, that's Jupiter. Why does the Jupiter symbol have the... That's Titan right there, that's where I need to go. But why does Europa have that symbol over it? See, this actually got me weirded out. Hold on. Why does... Apparently this is a known thing. Nobody knows why Europa has that on it. While we're in the area, let me show off how to scan a gas giant. Since you cannot land on a gas giant, if you hold down the left button, boom, surveyed. Now you have the survey data. Alright. Let's go to Titan.
Contraband? Dad, what does superfluous mean? I just read it in my book.
You're cleared to land at New Homestead.
Man, Titan's huge. It just tells you how big Saturn is by comparison. Holy cow. What? It didn't do the landing procedure? This is my first time visiting New Homestead. On Earth? What is that? What is that? I'm not actually playing right now. I don't know what the what the hell that is. Let's go find out. Is that a floating rock? Oh, Bethesda, please tell me that rock didn't Bethesda out. Is that a floating rock on a planet with? I mean, the planet doesn't have the best gravity, I admit, but oh my god, it is definitely a floating rock, isn't it? I'm gonna have to get a picture of this. I want to find a winter forest, and I want to build a Christmas themed. But not that there's a lot of Christmas decorations in Starfield yet, but if they ever add Christmas decorations, I'll put them in there. But I want to build myself like a Christmas retreat in Starfield, so. Yeah, that's just a floating rock. What the heck? I wonder if I can make it up there. I've got a save down, so. I think my chances of reaching it are very high, yes. Oh, that's not good. It's not there! It's not a real rock! Oh, Bethesda never change. You know what it reminds me of? In Fallout, there's this or not Fallout, in Elder Scrolls, there's this giant rock that floats in the sky. Hold on, I gotta take a photo of this. There's this giant rock that floats above the city of Vivek in Morrowind. It's called Bardar, the Ministry of Truth. Or the Minister of Truth. Because the truth is, if that rock falls, it's gonna fucking hurt. That's what the truth is. Dashing through the snow with a pistol in my hand. I'm going to deliver Christmas to New Homestead. I'll shoot a couple people, and then just I might throw a couple grenades to something else. Yeah, I didn't really think it through before I started singing, unfortunately. I was just like dashing through the snow with a pistol in my hand. Well, somebody brought a lot of cargo with them. Bosco?
Hello, Captain.
Wonder if Sam and Sarah are getting like a cabin fever. They've been trapped in the ship for so long. Sarah in particular, she hasn't been off the ship since I started traveling with Sam.
Enjoy your visit here.
stay outside for too long here on Titan. We'll freeze solid without the proper protection.
And I gotta go talk to somebody called Joyce. Dashing through the snow with a pistol in my hand. I'll raise a body count just because I can. Oh god.
Some of the locals dislike tourists, but I love learning new insights from them. Oh, hello there. Are you here about the brownouts? That's usually the only reason people come up here to talk to me, since I'm the power system manager here.
Actually, yes, I came to talk about the brownouts.
Of course you did. That's okay. It's a problem here. Citizens and visitors alike have a right to know what's going on and when to expect a fix. Problem is, I don't know how long we'll have to deal with this, because I'm needed here to oversee the whole system, and we don't currently have anyone available to go out and solve the issue at the moment.
Maybe there's something I can do to help with the brownouts.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'm a little new to the job, and I'll admit I'm struggling a little bit. I could use some help.
Just tell me what you need.
I could use someone who's handy with a laser cutter to break up the ice that's formed on some of the power system machinery out there. That should clear up the shorts we've been experiencing and stop the brownouts. Does that sound like something you can do?
Sure, no problem at all. As a former miner, I know my way around a cutter.
Oh, thank you. I guess I'm lucky you showed up then. Just be careful not to hurt yourself or the equipment. I'll continue to monitor things from here.
Wind turbines continue to ice up. They're the originals, and this being New Homestead and all, it seems fitting to keep them that way. Recommendation to keep administrating repairs. Replace them while sensible is both costly and diminishes the classic appeal of New Homestead. As such, I will decline sending a proposal to the appropriate parties at the UC Energy Department. Why don't you just go ahead and fix things? I understand that it's not classic, but keep people alive. These people rely on the power to control the life support. It's not just a simple matter of okay, we don't have some lights. The life support runs on electricity. You're gonna tell people, oh well, it's not really. It's against classic New Homestead, so we just want you to die of suffocation and cold. Is that okay? I mean, I promise you will. When you perish, it will be in the most classic way possible. Good gracious. I would not visit this planet, just to, run around, because how cold it is. That's one. By the way, you can actually make these. These look really nice, by the way. Well, at night anyways. During the day, there's just too much natural light.
up? Yeah. Chunks. Careful. There are some dangerous areas around here that are not part of any tours.
Careful not to damage
This is all cleared
power
up.
systems. All look as good as they can be for now. Thank you. I hope it wasn't too much of a pain in the butt.
Right. One little quest completed. Welcome to Chunks.
Glad they have a Chunks here.
Hello there. Welcome to the new Homestead Chunks. We've got all your Chunks favorites. Well, almost all of them. Sadly, we're out of the special sauce. I know. But everything else is still that great Chunks food you know and love. So, what can I do for you?
See, running out of Chunk special sauce sounds like a problem.
If I'm completely honest, it is. And people are always saying how this Chunks can't compare to the real deal. And I just know it's because we never had that mouth-watering sauce. I've been in contact with some of the other restaurants out there, and they'll give me some, but they say they can't afford to send it, and I don't have a ship, so what am I to do?
You need someone to go get it. I can do that for you.
Wait, for real? You do that. You're not pulling my leg.
Yeah, no problem. Just tell me where to go.
Oh, yeah, right. I actually just got a message back from another Chunks before you got here, and they got a case ready to go for me. Just tell them you're there to pick it up for me, and it should be good to go. Thanks.
Aquila City. He sent me to New Atlantis last
Things
time.
have never been better since this Chunks
So what's your
opened up.
favorite chunk?
Oh, you had to go and ask the hard questions, huh? How can I pick just one? There's chicken chunks, beef chunks, potato chunks, cheesesteak chunks, cheesecake chunks. You know what? I'm gonna cheat if you don't mind, and just say I love them all equally.
That is cheating, sir. Shame. Shame upon you for 1,000 years. You really seem to love chunks, huh?
You know I do. And what's not to love? It's delicious, nutritious, easy, fast, inexpensive. It sure makes my hungry belly sing for joy. My wife thinks I eat too much Chunks food, but I just can't help myself. It's so good.
New Homestead's all about the authentic living history. What's Chunks doing here?
Well, people gotta eat, you know. But seriously, I think we're just starting to get with the times a little. And I can't think of a better restaurant than Chunks to usher that in. I think corporate just saw New Homestead as an untapped market. And the locals may not eat it, but the tourists love having a taste of home.
Let's see.
Have a great day.
Do you have anything to say?
Thanks for choosing Chunks.
What exactly are
Which
chunks
would
made
you like
of?
today? Chunks are the highest quality ingredients sourced from all over the settled systems. And, I forget the rest.
Oh, that's, that inspires, you know, that inspires the reliability in me. Why are all these chunks just lying out on the tables? Like, the people just like, oh, this is disgusting, I'm out of here, and walk off. Okay, I gotta go change my laundry over real quick. She is so enthusiastic. I mean, she's working probably for minimum wage at a restaurant that sells chunk-based foods. Mind you, Chunks is the Nuka-Cola of Starfield. People are already like all on board with the Chunks. There's people who are getting Chunks shirts. They're trying to make their own Chunks. I would not be surprised if people weren't getting Chunks tattoos already. I will be right back.
These people claim to be independent, yet they still crowd together behind walls.
Okay, I return. Actually, I should have just waited and taken my break at the same time, because then my break's in 17 minutes. Oh, I actually made it that time. I usually don't make that. Hello, my friend.
Welcome. You've chosen Chunks. What a great choice.
I
What
wonder if
chunks
you
can I get
know
you?
the full line.
All I am legally allowed to say is that our chunks meet all known minimum standards for nutrition.
Nope, they say something different every time.
Huh. I thought it was a joke at first, but yet here you are. Let me get that for you. I wonder why they keep running out so quickly over there. Anyway, tell Luther I said hi.
Sure, I will. Chunks employee number 63. He's like, my number isn't actually 63. I'm like, I don't care.
Welcome to New Homestead. Please make your way to the building at the end of the path and down into the colony below.
You didn't stop me last time.
Stay safe and enjoy your visit.
Interesting. Wonder why I got an activity for that this time, but I didn't the first time I came here. Maybe it's because it's actually snowing right now. Don't diss the number. 6 more promotions and I'll be at the ideal number. Wouldn't you want to go down the numbers though? Closer to 1 instead of up? Wouldn't that be demotions to get to 69?
Hello.
He's been demoted so many times it doesn't even realize it. He thinks he's getting promotion, getting closer and closer to 69.
It's one thing to learn about early colony life.
Hey, you're
it's
back.
another to
I got the chunk sauce for you.
I knew I could count on you. Let's see it here. Thanks again. Now, no one's gonna mind if I sneak a pack or two for myself, right?
That's why he keeps running out.
tour.
Welcome to the museum here on. There's a VHS tape. There's a book, and I can only assume that's a CD player.
Wow.
More books.
Quaint charm, doesn't it?
Just like the rest of New Homestead.
Well, I hope you'll come back and see us again sometime.
What is that? It's supposed to be some kind of banjo? Antique instrument of unknown origin, Earth, believed to be of West Africa origin, possibly a type of ngoni, a harp-like stringed instrument traditionally used in ceremonies accompanied with chanting and storytelling. This instrument was genuinely donated to the New Homestead Museum, but its true origins unfortunately lost to time.
Tell your friends.
Oh my gosh, look at this old computer! Oh, it's so cute! What's this guy say? Range of antique computers ranging from the late 1980s to the mid-2000s. Yeah, that would make sense. Computers have existed in some form since Charles Babbage's difference engine in 1822. The years from the mid-20th century to the early 21st century were known for some of the greatest advances in computing technology, as computers shrank from giant room-sized devices filled with vacuum tubes to smaller boxes filled with microprocessors like the one you see here.
You've got to do a better job of keeping your tour groups out of trouble. That little boy almost walked up on my
There's a piggy bank and a wooden duck.
machinery down by the mines and nearly got his arm stuck
And here
inside.
we can learn more about Titan and New Homestead, I guess.
You know, kids, little troublemakers.
Maybe this is a photo
I'll
booth.
tell.
Visit historical New Homestead and take a comprehensive genuine Starsap tour. Learn about the early days of humanity's ventures into space. See how people lived in the colonies of yore. Speak and interact with traditional Titan citizens, experiencing early colony life. Explore the frozen surface of Titan. That sounds like a horrible idea.
Off-worlders always ask how I can live here. I wonder how they can live anywhere else.
He's busy. What are you busy doing?
Why, hello there! I'm Bill Starsap of Starsap Tours. Let me tell you, this place is full of history and interesting facts. For instance, did you know that New Homestead was one of the first colonies established outside of Earth? It's been populated in some capacity for over 200 years.
That's incredible. I had no idea.
Yes, sirree, and that's not science fiction, it's science fact. There's a lot more history where that came from. So what do you say? I've got an opening. I could take you on a tour right now if you'd like.
Okay, I'd like to go on a tour of New Homestead.
Excellent! You won't regret it. My tours are one of a kind.
I'm sure they are.
Now, there's just the matter of price. The going rate for a genuine Starsap tour is only 100 credits.
Sure.
Great! Let's get this show on the road, eh? All right, so this is New Homestead's main concourse. This underground area didn't exist when the original outpost, Titan Astro Base, was finished in 2130. Follow me. We'll come back here by the end of the tour and talk about the museum collection. But first, let's go see where people live. Now remember, these people aren't actors. They actually live here, so try to be respectful of that. While the original inhabitants of the Titan Astro Base lived in pods like you saw up above, they transitioned down here when this section of the base was finished in 2144. Space is extremely limited, so you'll notice some overflow here, but more residences also exist on lower levels, which are inaccessible to tours. I'll stop at each of our destinations if you want to look around, or if you have any questions for me. Have any questions so far?
Let's see. How many people live here?
I'm not sure the exact count, but New Homestead is a fairly small colony. What you see is what you get for the most part, except for some other people who live in the private lower levels. Some, particularly security, and yours truly, even commute from other worlds.
See, can you tell me more about how people lived before this was all built?
The original Titan Astro Base had more habitation pods on the surface connected to some of the old structures you may have seen in the back.
As the colony grew, the base was expanded underground, and those hab units were recycled into materials used down here.
The overflow area looks cramped. What's with that?
Sadly, it's difficult to get additional construction done inside these underground caverns. So for now, additional populations are housed in these stacks of old shipping crates. As you might expect, this is where some of the less wealthy can afford to live. It's not glamorous, but they are functional and cozy.
I think I'm ready for whatever's next.
Alrighty, we'll be taking the residential elevator to the farms area on the surface level. This way, please. Let's leave these good people alone for now and go check out the farms. Follow me up the elevator.
This is a boring assignment, but let's keep it that way.
New homesteads farms are the beating heart of the colony. Without them, the original outpost would have shriveled and died. These pods are sealed and climate controlled, the perfect environment for growing the hydroponic
We
vegetation
used to get more
needed for
tourists than we do
survival
these days.
in the early days of the colony. Any questions about the farms?
So, let's see. How is this different from anywhere else in the galaxy?
Good question. It's largely the same, because this was the colony that pioneered the techniques you see elsewhere. But you'll notice that the farms here are smaller and staffed by humans, not robots. Things here are a little more old-fashioned compared to some of the large factory farms you'll find elsewhere in the settled systems.
Let's see. What do they grow here?
These days, it's a mix of what you find elsewhere in the galaxy, but in the olden days, it was all brought over from Earth. It was a lot of hardy root vegetables like potatoes, carrots, beets, and such, supplemented with corn, peas, green beans, soy, etc., which didn't always grow as well.
Are the farms still operational?
Oh, they are indeed. Colonists still cultivate plant-based food for their own consumption here in New Homestead. It's less vital to their survival these days, as they also import supplemental food from other colonies, including meats, dairy, and synthetics.
And probably also by
However,
chunks.
most citizens here take pride in a new homestead-grown, sustainable diet.
See, I'm ready to move on.
Onward it is! We'll be stopping by the Brown Horse Tavern later in the tour, which uses many of these locally sourced ingredients in their cooking. But for now, it's just a short way to our next stop. Follow me! So, the old biolabs
Andreja,
are just on the
I don't know
other
if I
side
can
of this
take it
building,
anymore.
Believe it or not. We'll step on through the hallway there. They're not in use anymore, but the colony has faithfully recreated them as a historical exhibit, true to the original purpose of the Titan Astrobase. Sadly, they're undergoing some light renovation. Otherwise, there'd be interactive activities for kids to learn about how they used to search for microbial life here.
You don't want to get hurt or sick around here. Dr. Lakota really doesn't care for tourists. Wish someone could convince her otherwise.
Pardon the dust, but I can still answer some questions about the old Titan Astrobase biolabs.
You keep mentioning the Titan Astrobase. What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I completely forgot to mention that. That's what this place was originally called. When NASA divested its interest in the Astrobase and turned it over to the people back in 2185, they renamed it New Homestead and established it as a historical site.
What kind of life did they find here?
Funny you should ask! Sadly, none. See,
Sadly,
NASA
none.
funded the Titan Astrobase project because conditions seemed ripe for primordial life to form in Titan's methane pools. They tested many different sites, performed deep core ice drilling, and more, yet nothing turned up.
So that was it? What did they use these labs for after no life was found?
Well, NASA defunded the xenobiology program in 2132, but a scientist by the name of Catherine Neely proposed research into advanced colony building on inhospitable worlds. So, by 2135, work began on what would ultimately set us all up to create habitats anywhere humans dared to explore. These very labs housed the computer systems used in that research. That and general storage for the colony. Lots of storage.
Okay, we can keep moving.
You got it. On to our next stop.
Whoop,
We'll be heading
all aboard the tour
outside,
train.
So make sure to check those seals on your suit because it's a bit chilly out there.
A bit chilly, he
We're
says.
going out into the frozen wastes of Titan to see what powers this planet. Watch your step outside, by the way. The ice can be slippery if you're not careful. The goal is to keep people out of Dr. Lakota's infirmary.
You're fine. I've got my Mantis spacesuit. Just trying to.
Anyway, where were we? Oh, yes. Powering New Homestead. As you might imagine, generating energy was a real challenge back in the day because the technology was much more crude then. But crude or not, it was that technology that sustained the old Astro base. And it might surprise you to learn that the same technology is still working today. The interesting thing about this old colony is that it's mostly powered by clean, renewable energy. You'll see one of the methods used on the horizon up ahead. That's right, New Homestead's famous wind farms. This spot was chosen for the colony in part because of its constant winds. These turbines have been integral to the colony's function since its establishment as a cheap, mostly reliable source of electricity.
Thank goodness.
So, let's talk about wind power, shall we?
I didn't think a Titan was all that windy.
You're right. Most surface wind on Titan isn't too terribly strong, but here, the altitude and other conditions are perfect for sustained wind power. Like many worlds with atmosphere, the higher you go, the windier it gets.
What's so interesting about wind power? Why is it part of the tour?
You're looking at a piece of history. Sure, wind power is used throughout the galaxy, but these people were able to make do with it for hundreds of years. It's impressive that was all they had back then, and still make it work to this day.
These turbines really power the entire colony?
Mostly. I'm sure you've noticed the occasional brownouts. I guess these old machines have a habit of freezing up, what with all the ice out here. There's some methane on reserve for critical life support systems, but everything else here is otherwise powered by the units you see here.
Actually, I'd like to move on.
You're the boss. Let's go. Moving right along.
Man, all of this for 100 credits? He does not get enough. He does not get paid enough.
With hydrocarbons like methane and ethane. Surely you saw huge pools of this stuff on your descent into New Homestead. I like to think they add to the natural beauty of this world. So of course, stay away from them because, like anything beautiful, they can be dangerous. Just like my last ex-wife's pet. She had this gorgeous, I don't know what you'd call it, creature. The guy that sold it to her couldn't tell her what it was or where it was from. I don't think it was even a legal sell, to be honest. The thing was very easy on the eyes. Feathers, all the colors of the rainbow. Nasty bite, though. Wound up in the hospital and almost lost my hand. Still not enough for her to get rid of the dang thing. Anyway, there's a reason she's my ex-wife.
This poor guy.
Enough about about me. We were talking about methane and other resources, right? Hey, can you believe it? Back in the 20th century on Earth, they used to fight wars over natural resources like this and petroleum. They had this whole moon here basically made of hydrocarbons in their own backyard. They just couldn't get to it. Incredible how far we've come. New Homestead is home to one of the oldest and largest methane processing plants in the settled systems. Every year, UC engineers go through a painstaking, month-long maintenance process. That's how this place has remained operational as long as it has. I'm not going to take you too close to the machinery, liability and all, but I can still answer questions. Questions? Fire away!
Okay, how can they shut the plant down for maintenance if people rely on it to live?
Ah, it's not as if they shut down for a month. It's not shut down at all, actually. See, this place is built with redundant systems, so they can shut it down piece by piece and suffer only a reduction in throughput. During that time, the UC gets more of its resources from other places, allowing New Homestead to maintain what it needs.
What do they do with all the methane?
Exports mostly. Since this world is so methane rich and has the infrastructure for it, a lot of the UC's methane comes from Titan. Of course, new homesteaders use it themselves for everything from generating heat to turning it into breathable oxygen by a modern science.
Wait, how do they turn methane into oxygen?
Oh, no one's ever asked me that before. Something to do with methane-eating microbes, I believe? I honestly don't know. Sorry.
Let's see, no more questions, right? Wait, is there another thing to ask? No, okay.
Okie dokie, artichokey. There will be time for more later anyway. So, this next stop is a bit of an interesting one. I only recently made it part of the tour. Fun fact, it's also the only natural landmark on the tour. What we're about to see is a glacial spire we affectionately call Ymir's Horn. This colus used to be named after a character in a popular fantasy novel, but it was changed a couple hundred years ago to avoid any potential litigation. Now, what's a colus, you might say? Colus derives from the Latin word for hill, and scientists only gave names to groups of hills on a planet's surface. So in reality, the term you hear more often is the plural, coles, with an E. You probably don't hear it very often where you're from, because it was usually a term reserved for unexplored planets, back when they didn't have the technology to describe what they were seeing firsthand. Because of that, the term is much more common in the solar system, but you may still hear it occasionally in reference to see anything cool. This planet's full of them, though, and they like to preserve that history here. So here it is, Ymir's Horn. You're free to take a closer look if you like.
I'm pretty good, but Ymir, who's that?
According to ancient Norse mythology, Ymir was the first Jotun, a frost giant. In the legend, they were both male and female and gave birth to the progenitors of all giants from their armpits. Ymir even predated the Norse gods, who, as it turns out, killed Ymir to fashion the earth and all of humanity from the corpse. It's a fascinating story, and the horn here is a fitting tribute to it.
How did this hill form?
I've heard this particular formation was caused by an ancient volcano. Something about steam and wind, then worn down over time. But I'm not 100% sure.
I think I'm done here.
Excellent. On to the next stop, then.
Hopefully back into the...
We're gonna head back inside, through the methane processing plant. try not to touch anything on your way.
Alright, we're gonna quickly take my bathroom break. I will be back in just a minute. I'm definitely gonna have to try to get a nap in before stream today.
Want to make sure to
okay, I have
Dr.
returned.
Lakota's wishes to be safer around here. That brings me to another point. You'll notice the people around here have last names related to where their families originated from on Earth, as a way to remember the past. The museum curator, Maurice Leon, has more information about that if you're interested. You can find him inside the main concourse.
I forgot how
Love talking
small
about
the...
him. You'll find most of the locals here are very friendly to tourists like yourself. Tourism is a major draw to this colony these days, and I respect that. Most of them are happy to talk at length about what they do here. Their rugged lifestyle is a point of pride for a lot of these folks.
Sure would be nice to get off world sometime.
Why are you taking a break out here? You'll literally freeze to death. It's like... Ooh, we're back.
This area we're walking through is the nerve center of the plant, where technicians keep an eye on the operation. Since methane production is such an important part of the colony's livelihood, it's important that the techs notice any issues and react to them quickly. Anyway, we're headed into the ice mines. It's a natural spring where water bubbles up from deep below, but due to the cold, it keeps freezing as it reaches the surface.
That doesn't sound like a good place to go.
You're welcome to keep your suit on if you'd like. As you might expect from a place called the ice mines, it can get a little chilly. It takes miners working daily to clear the ice, melt it down, and keep the water flowing.
We just trapped Indraja outside the room. Man, I can only imagine how cold these people must be.
What else can I tell you about the ice mines?
I'm thirsty. Can I drink straight from the source?
I wouldn't recommend it. First, it's an active work site. Second, it still needs to be filtered and checked for contaminants. But don't worry, we'll stop somewhere for refreshments before the tour is over.
Why not heat this area like the rest of the colony?
Good question. I believe it has something to do with not wanting to contaminate the water with methane and other chemicals. The ice helps prevent impurities in the water. At least this is what I've been told.
Is this where all New Homestead's water comes from?
Not all. Some water is created as a byproduct of methane processing, but that's usually saved in the emergency reserves.
I don't need to know anything more about the ice mines. I'm ready to go.
Sounds good. Let's keep going then. We have just one more stop before we're done with the tour, and it just happens to be my favorite.
Andreja, I really hope that by the time we're done with this, you're ready to have another
Still
conversation.
in existence, the Brown Horse Tavern. The Brown Horse started as a simple mess hall for the scientists and workers when the underground was built, but it's been operated by the same family ever since. Now, what's a horse, you might say? They were a large four-legged animal on Earth, often used for transportation or manual labor. Long before space travel was even a folks of Earth, before antique machines like automobiles were possible, horses
He
could
trapped
be found
himself in the side room.
You might have seen them in old movies or read about them somewhere. If not, I highly recommend looking into them sometime.
Andreja, are you doing this? You did do this. And you were trying to get through that door.
From what I understand, and named the place in their honor. The moniker, Brown Horse Tavern, is also a throwback to names of similar Earth restaurants hundreds of years before it was established.
New Homestead is a living history exhibit. But these are real people, so please be kind.
That's a good point. Y'all get us like some sort of ancient curiosity.
Oh, I'm just trying to have a little fun. But you're probably right.
That delicious smell is making me hungry. Can I answer anything about the Brown Horse?
See, what can you tell me about the owner?
Anya Seattle is the current owner of the Brown Horse. It's been in the Seattle family for generations. But Anya will be able to tell you more herself. Feel free to ask her. It doesn't feel right coming from me when she's standing right over there.
Any menu recommendations?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I honestly love everything Anya serves here. I'd be doing her a disservice to recommend one dish over another. You want the real answer? Order one of everything.
That's not realistic. How could it possibly be the oldest restaurant in the settled systems?
Easy. All the other ones fell to ruin when we abandoned Earth. There were technically older ones on Mars, but those have long since shuttered or been replaced.
Not ready to move on yet?
Oh yeah, by all means. Stop in for a moment.
Let's look around.
I'm learning so much here. Everyone should visit at least once.
Shame you can't actually play billiards. That would be nice.
Well, I suppose this is one way to make a living. And if New Homestead deems it necessary.
Warm food, cold drinks. What else could you want? Welcome. I'm Anya. Is this your first time with us at the Brown Horse Tavern?
Yes, I've never been here before.
Oh, well, thank you for joining us. You're in for a real treat. We've got an assortment of food and drinks, some of which follow homemade recipes that have been passed down over hundreds of years. So, what can I do for you?
Let's see. I saw this Chunks restaurant out there. Does it hurt your business?
Oh, hardly. The locals pretty much stay away from Chunks, so whenever they don't feel like cooking themselves and want a fresh meal, they come to me. Only the tourists eat that junk. But don't tell that to my husband. He manages the Chunks. I love him, but he's a bit of a fanatic about it.
So, the guy who was talking earlier was talking about his wife says he eats too much chunks. His wife runs the only other restaurant in town. What is this place?
You mean the Brown Horse? Well, it's only the longest continuous running restaurant since humans started settling outside of Earth. There's a lot of history within these walls. And some damn fine food and drink, if I say so myself. This place has been in my family for generations. My however many, great-grandmother opened it when the first colony started on Titan. Back then, it was a simple mess hall that she chose to put a little extra love and flavor into. And now, it's the pride of New Homestead.
I'd like to see a menu, please.
Let me show you what we have.
Just looking to see if she has any unique food. Sweet dessert pastry with spiced and sugared walnuts rolled in dough and covered in powdered sugar. Patty melt, hamburger patty smothered in cheese and grilled on toast, usually served with a side of chipped potatoes. So here's my question. Is this alien hamburger or is this synthetic beef? I'm not sure. It looks pretty good though, I won't lie. Potato and cheese, I don't even know how to say that word. Pygarus, parboiled and fried. Kind of reminds me of Gonza. Delicious synthetically crafted milk stout. Harvest pale ale. Whiskey. Toast. A veggie grinder. A hearty hoagie of roasted vegetables and mushrooms. Yuno would definitely appreciate that. You know what? Give me a patty melt. We'll actually eat it right here.
Hope you'll be back sometime.
So I'll just come over here to this table.
To see what early colony
Why is there
masters
chunks in here? Oh, come on. That just completely ruined it. Hold on. Can I? Alright, we're gonna drop the patty melt. Does it land on the table? Nope,
Lots of history.
it didn't quite land on the table, but that's fine. And I'm gonna eat my dinner.
Did you know the museum here is full of old Earth artifacts? Cool, huh?
If you need
Yeah, there's a
medical
lot of
attention,
chunks
see
in
Dr.
here,
Lakota.
despite the fact that she says the locals don't eat chunks. Maybe the locals bring in their chunks and eat here. That's weird. I don't know why they would do that. Okay, Bill.
That delicious smell is making me hungry. Can I answer anything about the brown horse?
Let's see. I'm good. I'm good to go here.
Okay then. All right, we're headed to the last stop, right back where we began. Feel free to check out the museum exhibit in the main concourse here. These displays are full of rare earth trinkets salvaged from before humanity left, and Maurice is happy to talk about the collection. The museum's curator, Maurice, will be happy to talk to you if you want to know more. Well, that's that! I hope you enjoyed Starsap Tours as much as I enjoy giving them. Oh, wow. I really appreciate it. You know, I rely on tips from good people like you, so thank you from the bottom of my heart. Enjoy the rest of your stay in New Homestead.
Perhaps in the future we could
Oh my
skip the
God, what are
extra
you doing,
steps and just
Andreja?
set your cred stick on fire directly?
Take care!
What was that, Andreja? Where the heck are you? Did you see that?
Oh, I can't imagine living here.
Okay, so you didn't like the tour, Andreja. I get it.
There are times I envy those who are able to travel like you. Hello there. Are you here to peruse our little museum exhibit?
That's true. It did land on the chair at least. Let's see. You can't put crappy old junkie. That's so mean. No, museum's really anything. I didn't actually know this was a museum. Yes, I was just looking at some of the items in your collection.
Wonderful. These are all rare artifacts from before the collapse of Earth. There isn't much of this stuff left outside of private collections, but here we're happy to share a glimpse of them with the public. If you have any questions about the exhibit or New Homestead, I'm happy to answer as best as I can.
Let's see. What can you tell me about the new homestead? About how New Homestead came to be?
It's an interesting story. New Homestead began as a scientific research base called the Titan Astrobase, back when space travel was in its infancy. The hope was that humanity would be able to discover simple alien life here given the moon's composition and water supply. When that ultimately failed, it was repurposed as a colony research base where scientists and engineers studied how to build colonies on inhospitable worlds. Then, finally, when gravity drives were commonplace and we started finding Earth-like planets, New Homestead was born as a living history community to preserve that past.
Everyone here has such interesting family names. What's the deal with that?
When our early colonists learned of Earth's demise, they decided to take on the names of their cities of origin as a way to remember their heritage. Now, some may have been lost in translation over the years, and some may have taken it more seriously than others, but the names are mostly accurate. For instance, my family comes from the city of Lyon, in a country that was called France.
Can you tell me more about who are you? What do you do around here?
I am Maurice Lyon, and I am the community elder. As the oldest living citizen at 96, my only job is to keep Earth history alive.
He looks pretty good for
I tell
96,
stories
not
to the
gonna lie.
young people and the visitors from other worlds. Although my memory isn't what it used to be, I try my best to get the stories right.
Can you tell me a story about Earth?
Sure, I'd love to. There was once a war, so big that they say all of the world was involved. This was actually the second time it happened.
World War II.
They fought because a terrible man named Hitler rose to power and slaughtered many innocents. Millions were lost. Even the colony war pales in comparison.
I don't know if I keep asking him for Earth stories, but we'll do one more.
Certainly. It's what I do. There was a time when huge monstrosities called dinosaurs ruled over Earth, long before humans existed. They were similar to some of the larger life forms you might see elsewhere in the settled systems. Their reign ended when I can never remember if it was a comet, an asteroid, or a meteor that hit the Earth. Whatever it was, it nearly wiped out most of the life at that time.
Can you tell me more about the exhibit?
Of course. Certainly. We have several items in our collection that we rotate in and out over time, but they all originate from the same place, Earth. We have everything from toys to antique technology to sports memorabilia. We even used to have an old Earth vehicle, but we had to sell it when we ran out of space for it. Most of our collection was donated by fellow Earth enthusiasts and historians who felt it belonged close to the homeland here in the Sol system.
Right.
Sorry. Let me think of a good one. A long time ago, thousands of years, humans built a wall so large it spanned the northern length of one of Earth's largest empires, China. They called it the Great Wall of China, and it was meant to keep out invading hordes. If I recall correctly, it didn't always work as well as they had hoped. I'll have to look it up again. Memory's not what it once was.
Okay. That looks like he ran out of stories. So.
Take care.
So we got a couple other quests we picked up, so let's... just this one, actually.
This garden is a lot smaller.
It's a lounge.
What can I do for you?
Is it difficult being a doctor in such an old-fashioned community?
Even though we don't have shiny new medical facilities, I imagine it's easier than wherever you're from. We have fewer people here, and we're very responsible when it comes to our personal health and welfare. So there's not much I can't handle. For anything else, we can get access to off-world specialists. Contrary to popular belief, we're not primitive.
Are there any dangerous hazards to worry about on Titan?
It's a harsh world, but as long as you're inside or wear a suit when going out, you'll be fine here. There's no breathable air on the surface, and you'll quickly freeze to death outside without protective gear, but otherwise the hazards are minimal. New Homestead was an early colony research base and has stood the test of time. It's safe, and it's proof that people can live pretty much anywhere. Don't worry so much.
Let's see. You don't really seem to like tourists.
I don't. They make a mockery of New Homestead culture. And on top of it, they're reckless. It's like I said before, I feel like I'm treating them more often than our own people.
Sounds frustrating. I wish there was something I could do.
Actually, maybe there is. I have an idea that may be best suited for someone relatively unknown, instead of myself. I've got a mountain of work and a reputation to maintain. So I bought a realistic monster costume. The plan was to wear it, scare tourists away, and start a rumor about terrible creatures living on Titan. I figure that once word gets around, tourism will take enough of a dive to give me some relief.
Yeah, that just sounds fun. I don't care if it works, I'll do it anyway.
That's the spirit. To be honest, I'm not sure it'll work either, but I feel like there's no harm in trying. Here's the costume. I think this will work best on the surface, so just find a group and run up to them, acting like a convincing alien monster. With any luck, they'll run screaming and book the next flight out of here.
This sounds like a bad idea. I'm gonna do it anyways.
I can't wait to go away on my learning vacation when I grow up.
We both said that at the same time almost. It's like, that sounds like a terrible idea. I hadn't even looked at the screen where you posted that when I said it. Oh, that goes outside. That goes down. I need to find the way outside.
The elders say that preserving our traditions.
Ah, here we go.
Don't stay outside for too long here on Titan.
Oh, I don't have my jetpack. Ah! Raw! Raw! That's right, run, little Meat bags, run! Yeah. Without my jetpack, I'm having trouble getting around. Gotta find my way back inside. I just love how chill the guards are. The guards just see me in this outfit, and they're just like, yep, nope, this is completely fine. This first are like, oh, it's just a normal person, thank goodness. It's not the monster.
Feel free to look around, but do not touch.
I have some bad news for you, my friends.
One of those stupid tours. Make sure to follow the rules.
Where'd you get a costume like that anyways?
I bought it from a private seller. They said they got it from someone who wore it in a secondary school as their sports team mascot. I guess it was supposed to be a tardigrade or something. Anyway, the person I bought it from modified it a bit so they could use it in an independent movie they were making. But I guess that went nowhere, so they had to sell it. Lucky me, I suppose. See, sometimes silly ideas are worth the effort. Thank you. With any luck, I'll be able to give more attention to my regular patients now. Tell you what, if you want to come back later and do this for me a couple more times, I'll even let you keep the costume.
I could really go for some of Anya's cooking over at the Brown Horse.
So I'm gonna see if there's any more quests to find on New Homestead.
Oh, it's so cold here.
It's a random child. Oh gosh, he's so cold. So there's only a couple of quests here, so we've already completed them all, so shoot. Oh well. Guess we'll go do some side quests then. Or some, Radiant quest. Well, okay, for a second there I thought it was gonna crash. Still might. Yep. Hey, it was bound to happen eventually. The game was on its best behavior for 2.5 hours. I'm like, I can't really complain about that. This is why we quick save before we fast travel. You know, honestly, I'm considering going ahead and advancing the main story and just grinding in Drage's. You know what? I think I am going to do that. I think I'm going to grind in Drage's affiliation off screen. Well, okay, let's go ahead and just do what we're doing normally for the moment. And then, so we'll just go ahead and proceed with starting the next couple quests. So, let's see. I can at least go and start the deep cover quest. I'm not going to actually like start doing objectives for it, but at least I can do is start... Where is the vigilance at? Phobos? Really? Get some stuff done today.
Welcome, Captain. We've been expecting you. You're clear to dock at docking port 1.
Captain Nia, do you require my assistance?
Welcome aboard the UC Vigilance. Did you have any questions before I escort you to the commander?
Let's see. Before I meet the commander, is there anything I should know?
Listen to him carefully. The commander's a one-and-done kind of officer. In other words, he hates to repeat himself. Other than that, just observe standard military decorum, and it should keep you from serving any time on the ship's cleaning detail.
See, what can you tell me about the UC
I'm
Vigilance?
not authorized to divulge information about this vessel. Suffice to say, it's one of the toughest ships in the UC's arsenal.
I'm here on official Vanguard business report to speak to the commander. I have a million questions, but I can wait for the commander. None. I'm just eager to get started.
Understood? If you'd follow me, please. So, you're the Vanguard that took down that terramorph on Tau City. You've made quite an impression around here. Everyone upstairs is talking about it. Damn. That must have been one hell of a firefight. I almost regret missing out on all the fun. Of course, we don't
change my
normally
batteries
see that
soon.
kind of action on the Vigilance. But we have our moments. All right, Vanguard. Take the lift up to Ops. Commander Akande should be waiting for you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Commander?
I'd like to brief you on the mission, so please, pay attention. I think you are having second thoughts about Commander Tuala's offer.
See, UC SysDef, that's another division of the UC military.
is a division of the UC Navy. While they handle big picture stuff, we deal specifically with pirates. Since you're already involved with the Vanguard, I don't have to underline how important your contribution will be to the security of our spaceways.
See. Tallulah convinced me it would be for the greater good, so here I am.
Yes, he certainly picked the right person for the job. So, now that you're part of the team, allow me to introduce you to your new home. This is the Operations Center of the UC Vigilance. SysDef's nerve center, dedicated to the destruction of the Crimson Fleet.
What exactly is the Crimson Fleet?
That's strange. According to your file, you've encountered them before. On Vectera specifically. They were the pirates that attacked your mining outpost? I'm surprised you don't remember.
So you're going to need more than one ship to eliminate the entire fleet. Impressive ship, but I don't see where I fit in. Where's the Vigilance located
We are currently
right
in
now?
the Solar System, in deep orbit around Phobos. As to why, I'll explain momentarily.
Okay, you're gonna need more than one ship to eliminate an
Which
entire
is
fleet.
precisely why we're taking a more clandestine approach. We need eyes and ears inside the Crimson Fleet. Someone who can feed us information, evidence, and expose their weaknesses. The catch is that you can't just knock on their front door and ask for an application. Getting inside is going to take some finesse.
Give me a room that can talk them into anything. I assume you already have a plan in mind. Let's do the persuasion
Good.
option.
I have just the right place for you to start. Our intelligence has managed to find a possible opening into the Crimson Fleet through Saoirse Bowden, one of their contacts. She works for the Trade Authority in Sidonia, so you'll be using a container of Aurora we've loaded on your ship to get her attention.
Aurora?
Aurora is a Class A controlled substance that's illegal to transport outside of Neon, a city on Volai. Get caught with this stuff aboard a ship, and you're looking at some serious fines.
You can probably sniff out a narc from a sector
That's
away.
right. So it'll be your job to convince this person that you're the real deal. Once you bluff your way into the Crimson Fleet, then the operation proceeds to evidence gathering. That's where my second-in-command, Lieutenant Gillian Toft, comes into the picture. She'll explain everything you need to know.
Okay, why bother gathering
Let's
evidence?
just say my superiors need proof that engaging the Crimson Fleet is a larger priority than they're willing to admit.
Okay, sorry about that. My
Shove enough
batteries died.
concrete
Can you still
evidence
hear
under
me?
their noses, they'll have no choice but to allocate the resources that I've requested. At the same time, we can use the evidence to arrest members of the Crimson Fleet, weakening them enough to strike a fatal blow.
Let's see. Put me in the way and I'll get it done.
Eager to get going? Good. Remember, this entire operation rests on your ability to infiltrate the Crimson Fleet and bring us the evidence we need to take them down.
What if I get in over my head?
Then you better learn to swim, because you're diving right into the deep end on this one. I've studied your profile. I know you can do this. I'm not about to throw away someone's life on a whim or a prayer. Just use your best judgment, trust your instincts, and watch your back.
Guessing it's too late to back out of the deal. I'll do my best.
I wouldn't expect any less. Look, before you begin, I want to make something perfectly clear. As an undercover operative for UC SysDef, you'll be expected to follow our code of conduct and ethics. Allow yourself to stray too far off the path, and you stand a good chance of spiraling out of control.
What do you mean stray too far off the path?
The Crimson Fleet doesn't follow the rules. They only abide by one thing: money. All of their morals and social graces fall by the wayside in pursuit of their greed. At first glance, this can appear quite enticing, so I'm warning you not to get lured into their trap. Think you can handle that?
See, can you explain SysDef's code of conduct and ethics?
To put it simply, you can't go into every situation with guns blazing. Think before you act. Calculate what you're doing and pull the trigger only when it's absolutely necessary. At the end of the day, your primary goal is taking down the Crimson Fleet. That's the greater good.
I could stay the course.
That's what I wanted to hear. Anyway, it's time to hand you over to Lieutenant Toft. She'll brief you about the details of the evidence-gathering portion of the operation. Now, get out of here, and good luck.
see, do you have any other information about...
All we know is that she's been with the Trade Authority for years, which means she's been privy to some seriously shady deals. She's shrewd and she's diligent. The only reason we were able to connect her with the Crimson Fleet at all was thanks to an informant. I'm afraid she's the best lead we've got.
How will I maintain contact with you?
That's easy to answer. You don't. We'll be monitoring your activities from the Vigilance and attempting to keep it within your vicinity. When you feel you've gathered enough evidence, and at the completion of your assignments, head back here for a debrief. Beyond that, you're completely on your own. Good luck.
Talk to the lieutenant.
All right. We don't have a lot of time, so I need you to listen up. While you're working undercover, it's imperative that you gather as much evidence as possible. If you find any records that look suspicious or incriminating, you bring it to me. Is that understood?
Let's see, what do you need physical evidence?
Well, since it isn't every day we stumble across a criminal's fully written confession, we need to build a case against our suspects. The more evidence we acquire, the stronger our case becomes. And knowing the Crimson Fleet, they'll leave plenty of evidence for you to find.
Okay, what if I can't find anything?
I'd scour every inch of wherever the Crimson Fleet sends you. Otherwise, you're wasting our time and risking your neck for nothing. Criminals are sloppy. Look hard enough, and I'm certain you'll stumble across their mess.
Let's see, that's if... So...
Well, you better. Commander Akande's entire operation is resting on your shoulders. I want data slates, computer downloads, handwritten notes. Hell, I'll take anything if it'll get those bastards thrown into the brig.
Okay, that's some incriminating data out there. I'll find it.
For the sake of the settled systems, I hope you're right. That minor skirmish you had with them on Vectera was nothing compared to the death and destruction those pirates leave behind. If you've seen what I've seen, you'd understand why I'm pushing you so hard.
You feel like talking about it?
What? No. It's personal. It has nothing to do with you. Just stick to the mission and you'll be fine.
Okay, I'm no hero, but I'm here because my duty is a member of the Vanguard. I'll bring as much evidence as I can
That's all we're asking. Oh, before you go, there's one more thing. Commander Akande has authorized a credit disbursement for each piece of evidence that you return, as compensation for your efforts.
Okay. Why are they paying credits during a military operation?
Well, that's just it. You're not career military, are you? And speaking frankly, you're completely out of pocket during this operation. You'll be paying for your own supplies and other unexpected incidentals. So, if I were you, I'd stop asking questions and accept the compensation.
That's very generous.
It's not generous, it's motivational. Commander Akande's idea. All right. We've loaded a container of Aurora into your ship's cargo hold. We're also providing you with a sample you can use to tease the goods. We've cleared your ship for launch. Proceed to Sidonia. Make contact with Saoirse Bowden. And with any luck, she'll point you to the Crimson Fleet. That should do it. You're dismissed.
Right. See. What if I get caught with the container of Aurora on my cargo hold?
Don't worry, the container's been registered with UC Security, so you shouldn't have any trouble. Even if you're scanned. Of course, if we find out you tried to sell it to someone outside the boundaries of this particular operation, well, I don't think I need to tell you the consequences of making that mistake.
Yep.
We'll be here if you need us.
Okay, hello.
Did
you ready to head out,
something?
Andreja?
Until next time.
Man, Phobos is not much of a spear.
I always wondered what it would be like to see these famed red devils in combat.
I've seen the Red Devils in combat. Welcome to Sidonia.
Just a heads up.
805 hours without incident.
Do you imagine anyone actually enjoys living here? I simply cannot.
Hey, you looking for anything in particular?
Just a second, there's supposed to be the first piece of evidence here as well. Oh, it's in the broken sphere, okay. So we can just go ahead and talk to this person.
If you're here to buy or sell, you might want to talk to Octai. I'm busy.
See, I'm here to sell, but I'm looking for you. Brought something that should interest the Crimson Fleet. Unload a sensitive shipment.
And by sensitive, I'm guessing you mean something you don't want UC security sticking their noses into. I can probably help you with that. What have you got for me?
Take a look at the sample.
Aurora, huh? Nice. A little too hot to handle, though. What else you got?
If the Trade Authority is not interested, that says a great deal.
They'd probably buy anything. Guess people told me you were in the best. See, guess people told me you were the best for wrong.
No, they're right. What they didn't tell you is that I have a self-preservation streak a kilometer wide. Of course, if there's a finder's fee you're offering, I might, well, bend the rules a little bit. You know, it's funny. Suddenly, I do remember someone who might be able to unload that stuff for you.
Just demand the extra credits up front next time. These games are juvenile and tiresome.
There's a buddy of mine who runs with the Crimson Fleet. Goes by the name Adler Kemp. If he isn't passed out, you can find him killing the rest of his brain cells at the Broken Spear. Oh, and it's been a pleasure doing business with you.
Is something amiss? Yes?
Thought she had just asked to speak to me, but I guess I was wrong.
A friend offered me a nice cushy office job.
So, one thing you want to do when you come in here to talk to this guy, right over here behind him is the first piece of evidence, the Neva meetup.
Neva, sit down, have a drink. So, smooth jump into the Soul system? UC security hassle you?
Cut the crap, Adler, and let's make this quick. There's only so long I can stand a stink of minor sweat and stale beer.
Okay, take it easy. Here's the fleet's kickback, just like I promised.
What is this bullshit? This is half of what you promised.
No reason to get upset, sweetie. Security around Sidonia's been cracking down, and it's tough to get the Deimos marks to play ball. That means I'm spending big on bribes, covering lost shipments. This isn't exactly like running a pharmacy out here, you know.
Two things, Adler. And I'm gonna make this simple enough so even a total imbecile like yourself can understand. One, I don't give a damn about your excuses. You owe us the agreed amount on time every month. And two, you call me sweetie ever again, and I'll shove my knife so far up your ass that people will mistake you for a unicorn.
Okay, sorry, Neva. I'll make it work. Here's the rest.
That's more like it. I'll see you in a month.
Unless you're here to serve me another drink, you can turn around and walk away.
Good sample. Miss Bowden said that you could help me move some of this.
Hey, why don't you say that a little louder? I don't think every single UC guard in Sidonia heard you. Okay. Yeah, I think we can help you with this.
If you've got a whole shipment of this stuff, you're going to need to move it fast. But you're going to have to do something for us first.
Who's this we and us? I thought I was dealing with you.
You're a clever one, aren't you? Let's just say I have a certain influential affiliation. And leave it at that. Basically, you want that Aurora moved, I'm your guy. Right down to business! And no small talk. I like it.
I see no good
So
reason
the
why we
knife
should
so
have
far up
any
your ass,
extra
you're gonna
dealings with the
mistake
likes
for a
of you.
unicorn?
Lady, if you want me to move that shipment for your pal here, you're going to do whatever the hell I want. You got that? Now listen up, because I'm not going to repeat myself. I need you to deal with a miner who's racked up a bunch of debt. He probably spent it all on booze, not that I blame him. Either way, I want that money back.
How loud do you want this to be?
What do I need to do here? Write you an instruction manual? You can do this loud, you can do this quiet. I don't care. I just want my goddamn money, and I want this guy to remember who he screwed over.
Alright, I'll get it done.
Perfect. His name's Carl Fielding. I think you'll find him wandering around the Deimos miners' quarters. Don't worry, you can't miss him. Just look for the most miserable-looking guy in the entire place.
Okay, we're not actually gonna hurt him or anything. We'll just talk to him and probably end up saying that I'll cover his debt for him. Mars 2050.
Inside was a secret compartment.
Before you say anything, no, Mars is nothing like
People are wearing some weird clothes on Mars.
Something I can help you with?
I'm here to collect the credits you owe to Elder Kemp.
Adler Kemp? Who the heck is that?
Diplomat, we both are aware of Elder's temperament. The wisest move would be to cooperate.
Yes, of course. You're right. Adler's not going to just give up now, is he? I told him I'd pay up next week when Deimos cuts our next profit share check. I'll even bring it to him personally. Sound good? Yeah?
See, I don't think Elder's going to be satisfied with that option. That's not good enough.
Well, I mean, he doesn't really have a choice. Look, I haven't got a single credit to spare right now. Okay? You can't squeeze blood from a stone. You know? Right?
Clearly this man has never seen how hard I can squeeze.
Promise to stop borrowing from Alder and I'll pay the debt for you.
Holy crap. Really? You'd do that for me? Wow. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. For everything. And don't worry. I'll never borrow anything from Adler again. I promise.
Remind me, Joe,
If
if I ever play a male character, to never romance Andraja as the male character.
I have been thinking about what we talked about before. The idea of purpose in one's life. We spoke of the difference between having a purpose and having goals. I believed myself right in the moment and dismissed what you were saying. But thinking more, perhaps I have been arrogant to assume I am right. I have been single-minded in my pursuits. I have always believed the decisions I made were necessary, that there was no other option. I have sacrificed much to be where I am now. And I'm starting to wonder if it has been worth it.
Let's see. Okay to have doubts, just don't let them paralyze you. If If it got you here, then it was right. It doesn't matter. There's no way to change the past. You're the only one who can answer that.
I know. I have told you that I am not one to discuss my past. And yet...
It was hot. Whenever you're done, I won't hold it against you. You don't have to talk about anything you don't want to.
Thank you. I appreciate the reassurance, but I would like to try. I promised to provide for my family. That meant working with smugglers to procure supplies we could not acquire any other way. I have spent my adult life away from my home, jumping from one planet to the next, living in dangerous conditions, often surrounded by violence.
Everyone said the share of hardships clearly taken a toll on you.
It certainly influenced the way I see the universe. I was convinced from the beginning that it was unwise to let anyone get too close. I had, maybe not quite friends, but people I cared about. Yet there was always a distance I could not reach across. I often find other people complicated and confusing. It seemed easier to not become attached, especially when circumstances meant I might never see them again, with no warning.
Going alone has always worked for me. We're social creatures. Life is better when we're surrounded by others.
Until now, I have disagreed strongly with that idea. But therein lies my concern. What I am trying to say is that I now wonder whether it has been the right decision to distance myself from others.
Let's see. I'm here for you if you need me.
I appreciate that more than you know.
Alright, that's another conversation down. I believe, like I said, she has one more conversation before she gives her loyalty quest, but I'm not 100% sure on that, so...
The UC Exchange is a great place.
Magic always has a price. What's it gonna cost for you to take the spell off of Diana? It will take your very dignity, Batman.
Biblical proportions played out when 3 terramorphs attacked and threatened all of us. In an SSNN exclusive, we interviewed one of the key participants, a member of Constellation. UC security, in conjunction with unlikely help from Constellation, proved pivotal in ending the terrorist threat.
To seal this
It takes a lot of firepower to take out a terrormorph, our source said. And although the attack is over, many of us still have nightmares of that fateful day. But hopefully, the newly established Terramorph Management Division can help.
If you're going to use the elevators,
I sure hope this hearing loss isn't permanent.
Have something for me?
Yep, it's all here.
There, would you look at that? I knew that bum was holding out on me. He going to be a problem anymore? Or did he get the message?
He got the message.
Nice. Nice. You're kind of a natural at this. Leaning on deadbeats comes easy to you. I like that. You know, if you like this kind of work, I can get you more. A lot more. You think you can handle running with my, associates?
If you think they can handle me.
And
Trade you like that.
About. I like your style. All right. I'll call ahead and get a hold of Nevamora. She's second to the big boss himself. Head out to Europa. You'll find her there. I suggest you listen to whatever she has to say. Oh, and I've taken care of that Aurora shipment for you too. Don't spend all that cash in one place.
I felt bad accepting that many credits.
It's my personal
safe here. Thanks again for this.
I need to remember, I need to remember that I need to get a certain member on my crew before the battle. So, firstly, I have
Look who finally had the guts to show up. Looks like Adler finally did something right for once. So, big shot. I hear Adler thinks you're good enough to join our crew.
That's what I'm here for. Damn right I am. Adler said that. I didn't know he cared.
You betting your life on that? Because the only way out of our organization is with a warhead up your grav drive. So, before I put you to work, let's get everything out in the open. I don't know if Adler mentioned it, and for his sake, I hope he hasn't. But you aren't about to sign up with any average pirate crew. You're signing up with the Crimson Fleet. That's if you get through this little task I have planned for you. There's a medical supply ship called the Ragana, jumping into Enceladus's orbit. On board that ship, you'll find a traitor named Austin Rake. I want him dead.
See, medical supply ship. Why not a ship with some actual loot? Why not hunt down Austin Rake yourself? What options do I have to complete this job? Consider it done.
It's done when Rake stops breathing. Head back here when you're finished. And don't keep me waiting for long.
See, how can you be certain that he's on the Ragana?
I've been tracking Rick for months. He's making it tough, not gonna lie. He changes his location and identity so often, it's costing me a small fortune just to keep tabs. But you know what? It's worth every damn cred. He's made me look like a fool in front of Delgado, and I'm gonna have his head on a pike.
Okay. To Saturn we go. Woo! This is not a very this isn't a very good list of evidence. Boy, that's some bad news for you. You have a crewmate on board I'm looking for. Looks like trouble found you. You have a crewmate on board I'm looking for.
Alright. And what are your intentions with this crewman?
Eustace Sistef, the fleet wants Austin Rake dead. I'd like to board your ship and talk about how to spare him.
Oh God. I do not know.
It would be wise for you to take this offer. It shows more mercy than you know.
Well, normally I would say no, but frankly, it will be safer for us that way. Alright, you can dock. We will talk then.
Alright, docking now. Wondering if you have to get an order. Okay, hold on. Let me just quickly down a thing of sparkling wine real quick. You know, because I need to be drunk before we have this conversation.
I am not sure what to make of you being here.
If you wanted to kill us, you could have done that from your ship. If you wanted our cargo, we could have jettisoned it. I guess I should just stop talking and let you say your piece.
See, I don't know who's listening over comms. This is safer.
That is true. Which means you don't want somebody to know what you are really up to. Now, do you mind telling us what this is all about?
Let's see, UC System. The fleet wants Rake dead, but I want to resolve this without violence.
You really do not know which one of us is Rake, do you? And you do not seem to care either, which makes me think you really want to save him. Okay, I have idea. We can strike his name from Manifest, make it so he was never on board. Then, when we dock, we will leave him on this ship and deliver him to another port.
As long as he agrees to deliver him to UC Sysdef, as long as he agrees to turn himself into UC Sysdef.
Is that all right with you, Austin?
Do I have a choice?
It does not appear you do. Well then, it is agreed. You go back to your ship and we will make sure Rake was never on ours. And in case any of your handlers get suspicious, here. We had an extra crate of supplies loaded, in case one got damaged. This should be proof you were not here to bargain.
Now, I don't actually know what this crate does, unfortunately, because, I don't remember it actually doing anything the last time. It just stayed in my inventory, I think.
You know, you have a hell of an effect on people around you.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. So, I actually forgot to mention this. There's actually a second way to join the, to start this quest line. So the first way was to join the Vanguard and get assigned to this mission. The second method is if you commit a crime in UC space, they'll actually come and offer you this quest. And so basically they're like, okay, well, you're a criminal, and they treat you much differently too. It's like, that's the method. If you want to join the Crimson Fleet, that's the method you want to do. I mean, you could do it the other way too, but it feels a lot worse to do it. Honestly, I haven't played an evil character yet, so... Oh, shoot. Level 33. Ooh. Nice to get something new for my ship. Except for I think I gotta get part of the beams up, part of the beam pistols up at this level. Lie. Austin Rake is dead. The Regina survived.
Huh. No kidding. That'll make Delgado happy, seeing as our hands are clean. I would have preferred if you hadn't left witnesses behind, but at least you got the job done. Anyway, you wanted into the Crimson Fleet? Well, you're in. Yep, it's that simple. Hope this business with Rake's taught you something. Because I'm about to stick my neck out and vouch for you. If you screw up, and I wind up looking like an asshole, I'm gonna send someone after you. We clear?
About damn time.
Better stow that crap before you make me change my mind. And now that you know the deal, it's time to see what you signed up for. I'm gonna upload the coordinates for our headquarters in the Crick system. Spacers call it the key, the fleet calls it home. Head out there as soon as you can. Don't keep me waiting long.
Joining the Crimson Fleet is hardly a cause for celebration.
I gotta report to the vigilance.
But you have your reasons. So for now, I will allow it.
At least I didn't lose any rapport with any of my companions, but you know, I don't have much of a choice. Like, you have to join them for this quest. If I could just go in guns blazing, I would do that. Wait, that's not the vigilance.
Excuse me, do you have a minute? I'm a scientist. Hello there. Thank you for responding to my hail. It's been a long time since I had company. I'm Dr. Sola Banglawala from MAST in New Atlantis. I'm performing a geological survey of the settled systems as part of a field research initiative. I flagged you down to see if you might have any rare geological samples to contribute.
I don't know if I do. See, I have more than enough rocks to offload. If I can, I'll help if I can.
I can't thank you enough. I'm in the market for lithium, platinum, and vanadium right now. I'm not asking for much. I know they're hard to come by.
I don't think I have any of that. I'm sorry, but I don't have what you're looking
I
for.
understand. Thanks for stopping anyway. I'm going to try my luck in another system. You might want to back up a bit. This old junker's grav drive is a little on the fritz. Fly safe! Sorry this is taking longer than usual. So, do you have any hobbies?
Let's see, not really. Space travel's keeping me pretty busy. Oh, just a few, mainly I can do on my ship.
If you haven't tried it yet, give origami a shot. I've been folding paper birds and flying them across the ship in 0G. Personally, I have quite a rock collection. I used to spend my weekends gathering samples on Jemison. Maybe I shouldn't have let that slip at the office, huh? That's probably why they sent me on this job instead of some poor grad student. You ever hear the one about the geologist in the music shop? It's a good one. A geologist walks into a music store and asks the cashier, "Got any rock?" The guy looks him up and down and says,
No, she didn't get to finish the joke. That annoyed me. I wonder how that joke ends. Yep, you're not misreading that, by the way. This ship's level 100, so you do not want to challenge this ship. You will get blasted.
Docking integrity, 100%. Good to go, Cap.
You know, I haven't killed a lot of things this episode. I may not be ready for the next
the
rank of particle
interior
beam
of this
pistol.
ship comforting.
Follow me.
Let's see, particle beam. I am ready for the next rank. So 20. I get another 10% damage, or we could upgrade our ballistic weapons or missile weapon systems. Shields are already as good as I want to get them right now. Oh no, particle beams, weapon systems up by another rank.
Captain Mia, hello. I am satisfied to see that you survived your most
Hope I'll be able to see him next time we're on shore leave.
Yeah, these guys will make you feel bad if you do mean things. Like if you blow ship stuff up, they'll be like, "Oh, I had a friend there," and you're like, "Oh, I feel like an asshole now." Commander, I have returned.
We got the message from the Regana about Austin Rick. We had him dropped off at a separate port, off the books. Suffice to say, he's got a lot to answer for.
I'm glad he surrendered. I didn't want to kill anyone, innocent or otherwise.
That's a smart line to follow. Part of this role you're playing means having to make hard choices. Just remember not to lose yourself in the part.
We did our best not to cross the line, but the more we do, the more we risk exposing the deception.
Oh, one more thing before we move on. For transparency's sake, you should know we were the ones that hired Ecliptic to attack Neva's ship. There was concern after what happened with the Regana that you might have trouble earning Neva's trust. Coming to her rescue ensured that would not be a problem.
That's a risky move. It's a clever way to ensure the trust.
Ah, so I take it you have good news. Were you able to join the fleet?
It does seem like I passed our initial trial.
Then it worked. You're in. Sounds like everything is going as expected. Now it's time for the next phase of the mission.
Our intel on Saoirse was correct. After we received reports on your interaction with Adler Kemp, we picked up on your rendezvous with Neva Mora.
Our files indicate she's second in command, so getting on her good side will ensure you get into the Crimson Fleet.
See, everything's going according to plan.
Yes, you passed your first test and you're still alive. But before we get too confident, that either means she suspects nothing, or she intends to make an example of you later. Just remember, these are ruthless criminals, so don't let your guard down.
And their ruthlessness is only surpassed by their cunning. You should proceed with caution, regardless of how well you think you've ingratiated yourself.
So what's next for you on Neva's agenda?
Let's see, I was told to meet her at the key.
Where you'll meet Delgado, no doubt.
Delgado is the leader of the Crimson Fleet. I have a profile here with some information on his background. You'll want to know the individual cadences of every member of the fleet, but Delgado's most of all.
What is there to know? He is pirate scum, like all of them.
Exactly. The Crimson Fleet is not a monolith. Any information you have on its members can only help. In any case, now that you're with the fleet, you'll be operating independently. We will shadow you eventually, but we'll need to maintain our distance for now, especially while you're on the key. This will also give us time to bolster our defenses, should we need to engage with the fleet in the future.
Sir, on that note, shall we begin implementing the upgrade to our shields?
Immediately, Lieutenant. Notify the engineers and relay the information to the crew. I hope your entry into the fleet has overcome any doubts you may have had regarding your mission. It certainly increased my estimates on success. Keep up the good work. We'll expect further reports. Dismissed.
Okay, so yeah, we have two more speeches. So on the second one, she'll give me the quest. So we're getting there. I'm gonna go ahead and try taking her with me to see if maybe she likes some of the speeches on the key. But I'm gonna drop a save before I go in, and if I don't think she's liking it, I'll leave her outside the. Or if I feel like I'm losing more rapport than gaining, I'll just. Can we please move? Hey, come on. Come on, Sam. Sam, is this because I friend zoned you? Move.
Hey, Dad. Want to hear a joke?
Move.
Sure, sweet pea. Your old man could always use a laugh.
I can't get to my cockpit.
Who can jump higher than a skyscraper in New Atlantis?
I don't know. Who?
Sam Coe.
Everybody. Skyscrapers
Move.
can't jump.
That's it, we're cheating. Should have just done this in the first place.
Textbook there. We're free.
Next time, Sam, I'm gonna make moo cow noises at you. Merv. Oh, hold on, wait, shoot. I forgot. Hold on, there's one more thing I have to do while we're here. I'll make moo cow noises. Merv.
Green lights on outer hatch. We're docked.
I might do a future playthrough where I romance Indraja, I don't know.
Things are progressing rather quickly.
I have
I'm sure the
evidence for
commander is
you.
pleased. Nice work. Let me take a look. Interesting. Looks like he's been meeting up regularly with Neva Mora to transfer goods and cash from Sidonia. Which means the Crimson Fleet's just lost one of their drop points. That should set them back a bit. Anything else?
Not yet.
Understood. Keep searching and you're bound to find more.
I wonder if I can go ahead and go
Good
to
luck on the key.
let me try something, because I know where another piece of evidence is. Let me go see if I can grab that. I wonder how much evidence you have to get the best ending. It's the clinic. Delvex Star Station. Oh, hold on, this isn't the right system. Is this where Hopetown is? Yeah, there we go, Hopetown. Hopefully, I don't get attacked by security again. But I think I may leave Indraja by the ship just to be on the safe side, because the last time I came here with Barrett, he aggroed and started shooting people.
Smugglers always like to use Hope-Tech ships to resemble... What did you need?
Wait here a moment.
Of course, take your time.
I don't want to hear any complaints.
Was it in best defense?
Rumor mill says Ron Hope got shot when the Rangers tried to arrest him.
Yeah. Basically, if you're going to side with UC Sysdef, you want to have as much evidence as possible, because the amount of support you get in the final battle is based on the number of evidence that you've turned in. It may not be here yet. Nope, there it is.
All right, Neva went for it, so the plan's a go. The Crimson Fleet is gonna do a quick smash and grab on Hopetown. To get started, I need a layout of the settlement. Don't leave anything out. I want every guard patrol, junction box, mark down everything. When it's go time, I'm gonna need some kind of distraction. Maybe set off a mining charge or something. You know, keep security busy. You'll have at least a week's notice before we send in our ships, so that should give you plenty of time to get ready. All right, you wanted to be part of the fleet. This could be your ticket. Just don't screw it all up.
What is it? I will watch your back.
Right, those return to the Vigilance. It's already 2 pieces of evidence turned in.
Nice clean dock there.
Good to be back in our own ship.
We're not back on our own ship. This isn't our ship.
I miss the sun on Genesis. Once I get time on.
We don't have a full map of the... Well done. Let's see what you found. The fleet's planning a raid on Hopetown? Okay. I didn't expect them to be so bold, but I suppose desperate times call for desperate measures. Don't worry. I'll circulate the description of this captain to the authorities on Hopetown and make sure they never set foot in that settlement. Find anything else? Okay, fine. I know there's more out there, so keep on it. Stay the course.
Heard the Ghana made it to port with 0 casualties. Nicely.
All right. Alright, we have a ride. First things first, save.
Docking cycle complete.
Get out of my face. You said the take was 10K, but it was 30. Big difference on 40% of 10 versus 30. You wanted 4K, you got 4K. Not my problem. If you're stealing from me, you bet your ass it's your problem.
You kidding me? Way to make a mess in front of my new roof.
Hey, steal from me and get caught. Better off dead.
Sounds like you did the fleet a favor. Now toss this body out of an airlock before it turns into a damn air freshener.
Made a mess in front of my new brook.
The hell took you so long? Forget how to grav jump or something?
Sorry I kept you waiting. I had my own affairs to deal with. Job's done, I'm here, so back off. Had my own affairs to
I
deal
don't
with.
care. Time is money and you've wasted both. That ends today. Clear? But all that aside, you made it. So now, you get to hear a nifty history lesson. Pencils ready? Good. This floating scrap heap you're standing on is called the Key. Used to be an old UC military star station, and now it's the fleet's base of operations. Might look a little beat up on the outside, but we keep it together.
Let's see, the Crimson Fleet took over the entire UC Star Station?
Sure did. Right out from under their noses. Way before you or I were born, though. We've held this station for a very long time. Don't worry. Delgado will tell you all about it.
Bet it really pissed off the UC off that you're using this, that you're stationed here.
You think? And that's only part of it. I'll let Delgado fill you in on the whole story. He tells it better anyway. But I can give you the short version while we walk the station.
It must be very embarrassing for the UC to be in this situation.
Anyway, I'll tell you all about the Key.
I like how they try to
Better
ignore
if
the
I
fact
show
that
you
I have a
too.
companion with me.
Follow me. Yes. All right. History time. So, the Key is in orbit around Suvorov. That's the very same ice ball where the United Colonies built a supermax prison they call the Lock. The UC is so clever. Supermax prison, Lock, Key. Cute, huh? Now, we've got everything the fleet needs right here. Of course, you've got to pay for it. Remember, on the Key, credits are king. What the hell is this?
All right, hang on, Nev. Before you get pissed, I've got my hands full.
Jasmine, sweetie, I'm trying to give a tour here. So you want to tell me why those damn doors are sealed?
It's called a malfunction. You know. That thing I spend most of my day dealing with? Believe me, my people are on it. Have a little faith for once.
Aw. And you always, Angel. This here's Jasmine. You need anything for your ship, she's got you covered. We'll hit up the depot next since these doors have given out on us. So anyway, we were talking about the lot. About 100 years ago, the prisoners down there rioted and took over the place. After stealing some ships, they were actually able to make it up here and took over the key.
About time you brought us new blood, neighbor. I was getting tired of trading with the same old faces.
You're just ticked everyone's getting wise to your ridiculous prices, Aludra. Anyway, welcome to the depot, Rook, where you'll be lucky if these blood-sucking leeches don't bleed you completely dry.
Whoa. It's not our fault that people don't appreciate how much it costs to get untraceable merchandise onto the key.
Neva's just whining because she thinks she lost a ton of cash selling us a shipment of gear. She should have done her homework. Yeah, sure, laugh it up. I'll remember that next time I need something from you cheapskates. Let's move on. Back to my story. After the liberated prisoners grabbed the key, they established it as a base of operations and began pirating the spaceways. That was how the Crimson Fleet began. Of course, Jasper Cricks had a lot to do with all that, but we'll get to him later. Rook, meet Zuri, queen of the rare exports.
If I don't have it, you don't need it.
Neuroamps, blueprints. Hit her up and she'll take care of you.
Speaking of which, you still owe me for that last purchase, Neva. It's like 5 figures. Don't make me collect it the hard way.
The hard way? Oh no. Rook, protect me from Zuri's vengeance. Enough of the bullshit, Zuri. I'll pay you when I pay you. Deal with it. Got a problem with that? Take it up with the boss.
My prices may be high, but these goods ain't exactly easy to find.
I'm sure you know the deal there. He'll buy pretty much anything, no matter how hot. Then
Why do they have a
our
representative
medbay
from
on
the
left,
Trade Authority
run by
here?
the one and only Samina Mizra. She'll patch you up, if you've got the money. We don't run any free clinics up in here, you don't? Okay, this is our final stop. Over there, you've got the Last Nova, where Bog serves watered-down drinks at ridiculously exorbitant prices. And right here is the most important place on the entire station, the Reckoner's Core, run by the incomparable Shinya Voss.
Another new Rook, Neva? I can't believe Delgado still lets you recruit given what happened with the last one.
You mean Austin Rape? It's been taken care of, all right? I don't like loose ends, and this Rook is the one who tied it off.
Perhaps next time you'll try to be a bit more discerning regarding your choices. It's far more cost-effective.
Yeah, love you too, darling. Anyway, Shinya handles our lifeblood. The money. We call him our Reckoner, but if you ask me, he's actually a pain in the ass.
And Neva will slit your throat if she thinks you'll bleed creds.
Go to hell, boss. Take care of our new friend here, or I'll find a way to pull the pin on that little party popper in your chest. Anyway, Shinya will get you set up in our system. I've got real work to do. Once you're done, head upstairs and I'll introduce you to the boss.
Time for a proper introduction. I am Shinya Voss, the official reckoner for the Crimson Fleet. And since Neva so thoughtfully mentioned it, yes, this is a bomb embedded in my chest. And no, I'll never know the meaning of the word humble. In fact, I find Delgado's idea of a security measure to be quite empowering.
Security, that's the most clever security measure I've ever seen.
Glad you approve. Obviously, betrayal isn't taken lightly around here. Since I oversee the bulk of transactions and maintain all accounts for the fleet, I'm a prime target for information. Should our enemies capture me or I grew any semblance of a moral conscience, you might consider me the greatest threat we have. For Delgado, The bomb grants peace of mind and a certain degree of safety.
See, bet you don't get out much. Don't think I can make a sacrifice like that.
It's been over 5 years since I've stepped off the key. Leaving this place puts far too much at risk. Now, let me get you set up. A moment while I convene with the core. Thanks to advanced modifications even Bugin can envy, I can interface directly with our mainframe and the Galbank network. This allows me to move and clean credits faster and more efficiently than any run-of-the-mill cyber runner. There, you're done. All you need now is Delgado's blessing, and you'll be one of us.
Any other modifications I need to know about?
None. Other than my chest and arm modifications, I am but a simple man. Is the interview over now? Can we get back to work?
Time to make the credit. It's about time.
Yes, about time you shut up and listened. Thanks to our relations with contacts across the galaxy, we always have a steady stream of jobs available. I've granted you all the necessary permissions to access these listings at any time, using the computers that surround the core.
Sounds like we're doing a lot of work, business together.
If Neva's chosen wisely, we certainly will. Now, I believe that covers all I have to say, so you can run along to Delgado. Take the elevator to the upper level. You should be able to find your way from there, I hope.
Alright, listen up. You can all stop complaining. Atrium to cargo bay doors have been repaired. Oh, and you're welcome, Nev.
Am I going the wrong way? I am. Okay.
Ah, there's our other new recruit. So, now that we are all here, it's time to get down to business. The two of you are the only rooks that have made the latest cut. The rest, well, let's just say they won't be joining us ever again. Neva's willing to put her neck on the line and vouch for you, which means you've got what it takes to join the Crimson Fleet. You'd better not disappoint, or you'll find yourself answering to me, personally. All right, let's get started here. When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, you're in it for the long haul. No one quits. No one retires. The only way out is death. You stay loyal or you pay the consequences. Fleet before friends. Fleet before family. Fleet before yourself.
I hope that doesn't include sleep before breakfast because I like to sleep late. Got it, boss.
Boss. Good. You're getting it already. I like that.
Can we get on with this? I want to get drunk at the last Nova.
I'm impressed. That is the first intelligent thing you have said this entire time, Mathis. Since you two seem so eager to move forward, let's get to your next job. Pack your cold weather gear, Rooks. Where we are going, you're going to need it.
Oh, God, don't tell me you're dragging him down to Suvarall for another one of your little initiation runs. 10 Johns to the surface, 12 dead rooks. You'd think by now you would have given up on that goddamn campfire story.
Crix's legacy is no story, Neva. We've got fresh eyes in the fleet. And if these two want to impress, they're going to help me search those ruins.
I hope you're right, Dale. That new code we grabbed for the lot cost us a ton of credits. And a decent captain.
This initiation, as Neva calls it, is your chance to see where it all began. On Suvorov with Jasper Crix. Crix led the riots that gave birth to the Crimson Fleet. And if his legacy is still out there, we're going to be the ones to find it.
What's this code that Nerva's talking about?
Through a bit of luck and a hell of a lot of cash, Neva was able to get her hands on an access code to the inside of the lock. This will be the first time someone from the Crimson Fleet has set foot in there for, well, since Crix left the place behind. It has been frustrating being this close to potential clues, but not being able to find a way through those prison walls.
You should tell me more about Crix's legacy.
Before Crix left the fleet, he left a message talking about a major score. One that would set up the fleet to be a big player in the settled systems. Somewhere down the line, they started calling it Crix's legacy. And everyone who's tried to find it has wound up empty-handed, missing, or dead. If we're gonna beat those odds, we'll first need a lead. And I would wager we will find one on Suvorov.
Dale's leaving out the best part. That this whole search is based on a handful of words on a very old slate. Crix left a lot of big talk on that recording, and not a lot of facts. Some of us believe in it more than others.
Don't listen to her. When we get our hands on Crix's legacy, the fleet will be operating at a completely different level. We will become more than a match for UC Systef. Exactly. Now you're beginning to understand.
I must stop this at all costs.
Enough discussion. We have got a lot of work to do. To that end, the next stop is the lock. I've had Jazz feed the coordinates into your ship's computer. Since Mathis doesn't have a ship, he's going to ride with me. I'll see you down there, Rook. Don't keep me waiting.
Yeah, Delgado's a little bit cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Alright, now there's some evidence on the key I want to find. We're gonna go and look for it. I know I've seen evidence on the key before. White wine. We're almost at the end of the stream too, so I don't want to start another Ooh. Ammo. I don't want to start another quest and stop partway through, so that's why I'm doing this now. Okay, hold on. I know there's evidence because I raided this place. Try. Hopefully this list is better put together. 5 pieces of evidence, 3 on the station itself and 2 associated with side quests. So A17 evidence location, first piece of evidence you'll find is in the ship services office. This one is in the command, just above the command center. Is that where I was just a second ago?
To start something? Because I'll finish it.
It's on a terminal.
Yeah?
You know, I suspect it's probably right up
Don't
here.
you have business on Suvorov?
Bingo. The bunk section of the key, head straight back and take a left. Well, we're gonna have to find the bunks, but let's go to ship services office first, since we can get there now. Unless this is the bunk section. I don't think it is. I feel like Ryujin would appreciate me recovering that. Even though I have no intentions of joining Ryujin in this playthrough. Okay. I may have to figure this one out on my own time.
Glad that job's finally over.
This definitely looks like the bunk section.
We call UCC staff sharks, but to the fleet, they're just bait.
Could have fooled me. As far as I'm concerned, you're the best damn pilot in the fleet, and drinks are on me.
I'd be nervous by the fact that there's sections that are clearly damaged.
Let me just ask you one final question before we wrap up.
Fine. Go ahead.
When is enough going to be enough? How many credits does Jasper Criggs need until he's satisfied?
I should have expected you to ask such a stupid question. How the hell could you ever understand? You with your fancy education and your sheltered upbringing and your cushy media job? Me, I came from nothing. Everything I own, I've literally drawn blood to gain.
There's no need to get personal. I'm simply trying to state the facts so that our listeners can make judgments of their own.
Lady, I got news for you. Half of your listeners think I'm a hero. The other half are scared out of their goddamn minds, and they should be.
Perhaps we should talk about something else.
No, that's it. We're done. Can you guys get her the hell out of here? Make sure she takes all this sound equipment with her.
Well, that's it then. Thank you for your...
Actually, before you go, Gail,
If you need credit,
there's one more thing I would like to say.
Yes, of course. What is it?
When you broadcast this interview on SSNN, I want you to remember that I'll be listening. If you edit even one word or manipulate my voice to change anything I've said, I will hunt you down and kill you. In front of everyone. Do you understand?
I understand. You have my word. Hey, champ. I'm including this month's list of parts I need for the key. Don't bust a gut. It's hefty, but I know you can handle it. I'm gonna need a lot more than usual this time. I'm planning to overhaul the entire electrical system before it completely shorts out. Oh yeah, thanks for sending over the key's reactor specs. I can't tell you exactly why I needed those. Bell said to keep it hush-hush. As far as next month's shipment, start scrounging up some parts so I can spruce up our defensive batteries. They're looking kind of rusty. Well, I guess that's it for now.
I like my weapons like I like
I'll have my people in New Atlantis drop off the payment at the spaceport. Just make sure you aren't being followed. We wouldn't want the UC to know they're providing replacement parts to the Crimson Fleet.
So this is the captain's quarters. Is this the... If this is the captain's quarters, does that mean that down here is the bunks? Doesn't actually say anywhere though, is the problem.
Been hearing some stuff about the Mantis being back. If I ever find that bastard...
There's like supposed to be like a black box that it's sitting on. I was hoping to find this before we ended the stream today, but I may have to find it off stream or the beginning of next stream. That's the range. Like, this is the firing range here. Bunks, this is it. So, hold on. It says in the bunk section, head straight back and take a left before the very last room. So head straight back. Going this way. Take a left before the very last room.
We may not have official security on the key.
Bingo.
Wait, say that again. You think I'm who?
Stop playing games. We both know your real name is Leonel Soto, and you know why I'm here.
Who are you? Fleet? Ecliptic? An independent?
I've spent 2 long years and every credit I had looking for you, just so I could look you in the eye before I pulled the trigger.
Hey, what's with the gun? There must be some mistake. I honestly don't know who you are.
Of course you don't know who I am. You're never concerned with the death you leave in your wake, in your pursuit of greed. You killed my husband, you son of a bitch! And now I'm going to kill you!
Such a terrible shame. All that time and money she wasted. Ah, well.
Every
Better get rid
captain
of the
here
body.
has earned their stripes.
Don't even
Bleeding
try
for
to
the
rip me
fleet.
off. Hey, I'm always...
No light particle charges. Hunt wolf, rare rifle, exterminator. By the way, you can only buy these while ooh, a rune pain blade. You can only buy this stuff while she is. So if you want these unique weapons, now is your only chance to get them. Because if you destroy the ooh, advanced Varun suit, that's actually not bad looking at all. It's actually almost better overall than what I'm currently wearing. +5 diplomacy chance. +15 diplomacy chance. Instigation chance. How do you not... Wait, how the heck do you have one of these? Ornate Startar. That looks just like the thing we saw at the... This looks just like the thing we saw at the museum. Yeah, apparently there are 2 side quests too that also have, I'm not sure about those, so I'll have to look into those for next stream. I'm just popping in here real quick to show off something of the game. There we go. Yeah. So, if you are playing an evil character and you need a companion, the people from Constellation do not make good crew members for an evil character. However, somewhere around here, there are morally gray people that you can recruit. Well, apparently there's a lot more to this interview.
Certainly. Let's talk about something else. How did the Crimson Scar become the Crimson Fleet?
Why is After I busted out of the lock, I decided to take things to the next level. I had the key.
My friend's got a point guard. Every pirate in this joint.
Ex-con, but I needed more. So I sent out the call. Once word got around, it didn't take long for freelance pirates from every corner of the Seven Systems
What
to
could
show
go wrong
up.
in a place like this?
And this is how the Crimson Fleet was born.
Exactly. The key became our base of operations. We spent months reinforcing our position there, making it nearly impossible to approach.
What was the UC's response to the situation?
First of all, UC Security gave up and handed the reins over to the big guns, the UC Navy. The Navy in turn sent ships to attack the key. I'd say there have been 3 major attacks over the last few years. And as you can tell by the fact we're having this interview, all the attacks were embarrassing failures.
Do you feel these embarrassing failures led them to form UC systems?
Absolutely. They've clearly given up and decided to shove the responsibility onto a separate division. That way, in the public eye, the UC Navy can move forward, proud and strong, while UC SysDef continually takes all the blame. It's all about PR spin for them, Gale. That's how the UC operates. Kinda disgusting, don't you think?
Sounds a bit like you're trying to deflect attention off the atrocities the Crimson Fleet commits on a daily basis.
Atrocities, huh? How about fighting the Freestar Collective over a bunch of rocks hanging in space? How about thousands of people dying while a bunch of pencil-pushing bastards sit in a cushy office and draw lines on a star map? Maybe the United Colonies should stop the bullshit and take a hard look in the mirror to see who the monsters really are.
Alright, well that's where we're going to end off for this week. Thank you for watching if you did, and I hope to catch you next week as we continue more of Starfield. Of course, on Friday of next week, we'll be having Fallout New Vegas. We're going to be doing some more side content, and then I may be starting Honest Hearts. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to look into a few things before I make that decision. One way or another, we will be doing something next week. So, anyways, I hope to catch you next time. Thank you very much, and goodbye, everyone.